Good afternoon, buenas tardes, and welcome to our September 12th Board Business Meeting. Welcome to our board members, MCPS staff, and members of our community who are joining us here today and those who are watching this meeting via live stream. Now let us begin the meeting by standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I will call the roll to establish that we have a quorum.
Neil Savarna, student member of the board, excited to be here.
Good afternoon, Shebra Evans, District 4. Good to see everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Lynn Harris, at-large member of the board. I use she, her pronouns.
Good afternoon, Brenda Wolf, District 5.
Good afternoon, buenas tardes, Grace Rivera Oven, District 1.
Good afternoon, Julie Yang, District 3. Good to see everyone.
And do we have Mrs. Modrowski on Zoom? Okay, Mrs. Modrowski.
She's not in the session currently.
Okay. Mrs. Modrowski will be joining us via Zoom. I am Carla Silvestre. I'm president of the board. Now we can begin the meeting with the approval of the revised agenda.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous with those present. At this time, board members are going to make a statement about some recent events, and I'll pass it on to Mrs. Wolf.
Good afternoon again. You know, I wanted to talk about an incident that occurred in one of our schools. It was very disturbing to me as a Black person in the community. A rope in the shape of a noose was hung outside one of our buildings. Now, if you're wondering why that disturbs me, even though I look like I'm only 20 years old, I was alive during the real civil rights demonstrations and a lot of the things that were going on, not just in the South, but they were the ones that were usually highlighted. So that symbol has negative connotations for me, as I believe that it has for almost every Black person in here who's ever studied anything about slavery. But more importantly, it's intended to divide the community. These acts of hate will not be tolerated by MCPS, because when you do these activities, you have to remember that the school is the heart of the community. And I think that's why we constantly get targeted, because they know it will be sensationalized if it's in the schools. So again, I just want to remind everyone out there that we appreciate the differences in all of our students and staff. We do not support hate. We do not support bias. And, you know, this is really hard for me because as a little girl, I remember seeing the images in the Jet magazine of Emmett Till, and that has stuck in my mind all these years as a person who was lynched. To look at what that rope meant was extremely disturbing. So again, I want to say when you have these incidents outside the building in particular, they impact the entire community. Not just the school community is affected, but everyone that read about what happened was impacted by that. Thank you.
Sure, and I just wanted to follow behind Ms. Wolf to say that we do condemn all symbols of hate, and lynching is associated with the noose is associated with lynching, and it was a way that many Blacks, and I won't put a number on it because it's hard to quantify, were terrorized and killed. And so I'm sure it was very traumatizing to a lot of our community to see that symbol, and I just want to make certain that it is reiterated every every time we see symbols of hate, that it will not be tolerated. We're trying to do as much as we can as a board to make certain that people know that we're creating a safe space for them inside of our schools. And something like that, it just undermines the work that we're trying to do. So I just thought it was important, as well as my colleague, Ms. Wolf, to make that statement as Black women serving on the board, trying to ensure that our students and our teachers and staff feel safe in their spaces. So thank you for allowing us that moment just to make that statement.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you both for making the statement, and on behalf of the board, we wholeheartedly agree with you, and we want to create safe and welcoming spaces for all our students, staff, and community members. There is no place for hate in Montgomery County Public Schools, so thank you for initiating that. Moving on to our next agenda item, which is item number 3, Human Resources and Development Report. Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm pleased to present a resolution for our monthly Human Resources Report, which does include several resolutions for the passing of staff members for the board's consideration.
You may go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry, I skipped the, to get a motion to present the monthly OHRD report.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous with those present.
Thank you. The first resolution of passing, whereas the death on July 10th, 2024 of Mr. Min X. Chen, a special education school bus attendant at the Clarksburg Transportation Depot, has saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. And whereas his more than 18 years of service to Montgomery County Public Schools, Mr. Chen was a highly dedicated employee who supported the success of all students and staff by providing excellent service to them. And whereas Mr. Chen always was patient with and respectful of the staff, students, and families with whom he interacted, he developed positive relationships with his coworkers and was especially kind to students on his bus route. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools express their sorrow for the death of Mr. Chen and extend deepest sympathies to his family, and may it further be resolved that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the family of Mr. Chen.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous with those present.
Our next resolution, whereas the death on July 10th, 2024 of Miss Devery D. Jensen, an English for Speakers of Other Languages teacher at Summit Hall Elementary School, has saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. And whereas during the 28 years Miss Jensen worked for Montgomery County Public Schools, she demonstrated a thorough understanding of how her role supported student success. She contributed to a positive school environment by developing strong relationships with her students and team members. And whereas Ms. Jensen strived to build respectful, positive, and productive relationships with students and their families, which helped students to feel safe, welcomed, and valued. She provided a wide repertoire of instructional strategies to her students, helping them to master skills and information that she taught. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools express their sorrow at the death of Ms. Jensen and extend deepest sympathy to her family, and may it further be resolved that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the family of Ms. Jensen.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous with those present.
Our final resolution for this afternoon. Whereas the death on July 22nd, 2024 of Mr. Bizan Ramesh, a school bus operator with the Department of Transportation at the Shady Grove North Depot, has saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. And whereas during the more than 5 years of service to Montgomery County Public Schools, Mr. Ramesh engaged with individual students on his route in a welcoming and friendly manner. He always modeled respect for his students, his colleagues, and the community. And whereas Mr. Ramesh was a positive person who demonstrated professionalism in all aspects of his position, he was respected by his students and safely transported them to and from school. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools express their sorrow at the death of Mr. Ramesh and extend deepest sympathy to his family. And may it further be resolved that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the family of Mr. Ramesh.
Move. Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous for those present. Okay. Moving on to agenda item number 4, a recognition is Hispanic Heritage Month. Dr. Taylor.
Very excited to present this resolution for the board's consideration as we have many activities planned in our schools. This resolution reads, whereas Hispanic Heritage Month celebrates the diverse histories, cultures, and contributions of residents living in the United States who trace their ancestral roots to Spain and Latin American countries, and whereas the National Hispanic Heritage Month origins date back to 1968, when it was originally started as Hispanic Heritage Week, and then later became National Hispanic Heritage Month in 1988, and whereas people who identify as Hispanic are diverse, reflected in their differing ethnic and racial backgrounds, languages, and cultural practices, and whereas Hispanics are the fastest growing ethnic group in the United States, and as of 2023, Hispanics make up 19.5% of the U.S. population, with more than 67% born in the United States. And whereas Hispanics are the fastest growing contributors to the U.S. economy and are an integral part of the economic success of the United States, and whereas Montgomery County has one of the largest and most diverse Hispanic populations in Maryland, and Hispanic students make up the largest student group in Montgomery County Public Schools. And whereas Hispanics have united together to make America more than just a fair nation by fighting for labor, political, and cultural equality, such as labor movements in the early 1900s and the 1960s Chicano movement, and combated institutional racism and worked towards increasing unity among Hispanics and equal labor and political rights. And whereas Montgomery County Public Schools is committed to partnering with students, parents, guardians, caregivers, and community members to ensure that Montgomery County Public Schools is a welcoming and affirming school system for Hispanic students and families. And whereas Montgomery County Public Schools is committed to providing equitable access and culturally relevant learning experiences for Hispanic students so that they can thrive academically, emotionally, and socially. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education and Superintendent of Schools hereby declare that Hispanic Heritage Month will be observed in our schools from September 15th to October 15th, 2024.
Strong move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Okay, moving on to our next agenda item. It's public comments. Public comments is one of our opportunities to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. Board members will take your comments into consideration, but it is not our practice to take action at this time on issues that are raised. We encourage public input on policy, programs, and practices. This is not the proper avenue to address specific student or employee matters, so we encourage everyone to utilize existing avenues of redress for complaints. This is a public meeting, and we expect the conduct of all speakers and members of the audience to be within the bounds of proper etiquette. Inappropriate personal remarks, rude retorts, and other such behavior is out of order and will not be tolerated. Those who demonstrate disruptive or disrespectful behavior during public comments may be asked to leave the room. Please check our website for information about upcoming board meetings, hearings, and work sessions, including any changes to our meeting start time. Today, we have 10 people that have signed up to provide in-person testimony. Each speaker will receive 2 minutes for comments. When your name is called, please approach the table, speak clearly and directly into the microphone. 30 seconds prior to the expiration of a speaker's time, a yellow light will go on, accompanied by a beep. A red light and a buzzer signals that your time has expired. Please push the flat button below the microphone to turn it on and begin speaking. Push the same button once more at the sound of the buzzer to turn it off. In addition to our in-person speakers today, we have 6 people signed up to provide audio and video testimonies. We will play these submissions once the in-person testimonies have concluded. Copies of testimonies can be found on our website in Board Docs, where they are posted with other materials for this meeting. Okay, so we can ask our first set of speakers to please come forward. Lizzie Rubio Vasquez and her interpreter Tania Perez Fuentes. Por favor, vengan a la mesa. Dr. Christine Handy, David Stein, Matthew Swibble, and Rosalind Hansen. Please come forward. You may begin. Puedes empezar. Pon el micrófono, el botón debajo del micrófono.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Lizzie Vázquez, soy hondureña y hoy no creo que debería de estar aquí por estas razones. Se me hace tan desagradable tener que perder mi día de trabajo hoy por la mañana y tener que trabajar en la noche y aún así tener que perder la escuela para venir aquí y decirles algo que ya deberían de estar haciendo. Se me hace injusto que el programa CREA reciba tan poca ayuda en comparación a la gran ayuda que ellos están brindando a la comunidad hispana, donde los maestros desde su posición hacen lo que pueden para ayudarnos, no solo con recursos, también con consejos y acompañamiento en momentos difíciles. Entonces mi pregunta para ustedes es, ¿se les hace justo que yo tenga que venir aquí y decirles cómo tener que hacer su trabajo? Hoy no quiero contar mi historia porque como yo hay miles y no tendría que contarla para que ustedes nos tengan que ayudar. Por algo es que ya deberían de estar haciendo. Desde su privilegio no tienen idea lo que uno pasa allá afuera y cómo para 135 jóvenes CREA no ha sido más que una escuela, ha sido un hogar. No vengo aquí a cambiar su mente, vengo aquí a exigirles lo que nos corresponde. Es momento de que nos dejen de ver como un juego. Somos el futuro del país, aunque les cueste aceptarlo. Espero no sea necesario tener que volver a vernos en estas circunstancias.
Hello, my name is Lizzie. I am from Honduras. I believe that I shouldn't be here today for these reasons. It is distasteful that I am losing my day of work this morning, and now I will have to work in the evening and miss school tonight to come here today to tell you all something that should already be in place. It is unjust that the CREA program is receiving such little help compared to the huge benefit the program is giving the Latino community, where the staff does what they can to help and us, not only help us, and not only with resources, but with advice and being with us during difficult moments. So my question to you is this fair that I have to come here and tell you how to do your job? I am here and I don't have to tell you my story because like me, there are thousands and I shouldn't have to share that for you all to help. This is something that you should all be doing already. From your place of privilege, you have no idea what it is out there. And like me, there are 135 CREA students that for them, it's not just school, it's our home. I am not here to change your minds. I am here to demand what is our right. In this moment, please stop seeing us as a game. We are the future of this country, even if it's hard for you to believe that. I hope that it is not necessary for me to come back under these circumstances.
Thank you.
I come before you today representing the voices of countless dedicated leaders across our district. I want to bring to your attention 3 critical situations that are severely impacting the working conditions of some leaders within our district. 1, redistribution of work after position eliminations. When MCPS eliminates a position, the responsibilities tied to that role are not eliminated. Instead, this work is redistributed to an employee who is already carrying a full-time load with full-time responsibilities. This means that leaders who are already stretched to their limits are now taking an additional task that used to be someone else's full-time job. 2, workload increases due to unfilled vacancies. Another troubling issue is when MCPS does not fill vacant positions. Here, we see the same practice, assigning these duties to employees who already have full-time jobs. This is happening too frequently, and it is deeply affecting the well-being and productivity of our leaders. 3, impact of extended absences without temporary replacements. Lastly, when an individual is out on extended leave and a temporary replacement or substitute cannot be found, the same cycle repeats. The duties of the absent employee or employees are shifted to others who are already maxed out. For example, we've seen a department reduce from 8 staff members to 5 due to a mixture of vacancies and staff on leave. Yet those 5 individuals are expected to maintain the output and performance of a fully staffed department. This expectation disregards the reality of their workloads, their personal time, and the significant strain this places on the health and well-being of the employees. The expectations placed on our employees in these situations are simply untenable and cannot continue. These issues are not isolated, but rather part of a concerning and ongoing pattern. When we subject employees to these working conditions where their well-being is compromised, we are not being true to our core values, trust, respect, and care for our employees. Thank you.
Thank you. David Stein.
Hello, Dr. Taylor, President Silvestri, and the Board of Education. The beginning of the school year is in full swing, and our 14,000 educators are in their work sites, hard at work, meeting the needs of our students. As I speak today, educators are facing new challenges every day as they adapt to new students and new curricula. And as there are every school year, there are bound to be swings and misses as students brave new subjects and educators experiment with new pedagogy. These are a normal part of the educational process as we explore new approaches to help our students succeed. However, we have a solemn obligation to ensure that when we try new things, we have done our due diligence before we implement them. Too often, educators are asked to adopt and implement measures that aren't fully developed or supported by the appropriate resources, and then are asked to hit it out of the park. This year, my members are particularly concerned about the inadequate planning involving the rollout of the new Common Knowledge and Language Arts curriculum. Many educators sense that they are being asked to board and fly an airplane that the district is still assembling. Before a curriculum is rolled out, we are asking that the curriculum training covers the full breadth and scope of what educators are being asked to teach, that these curriculum materials arrive early enough to give educators time to adequately plan, including teacher guides and student resources, that there is an equitable distribution of the curriculum materials to all educators in need of them, which particularly affects ELD and special education teachers. Please forgive me for mixing metaphors from baseball to airplanes to gymnastics, but we need to stick the landing. And here's what we can do to help us land on our feet. Give educators more planning time. Give educators autonomy over the planning time that they do have. My members and I are asking that the district be more proactive and thoughtful in the planning and the rolling out of the new curriculum and of any curriculum. We need MCPS and our students to succeed, and we know that we are critical to that success. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew Swibel.
Hello, I'm a proud parent from the Richard Montgomery cluster, but I come today as the Advocacy Committee Chair of MCCPTA to address key topics of interest. With 223 shootings at U.S. schools so far this year, including 2 logged in Montgomery County by the nonpartisan K-12 school shootings database, mitigating threats to student and staff safety remains a serious and significant matter of accountability. MCCPTA is proud to partner with the MCPS School Safety Impact Team at Kennedy High School, which may hold promise as a model for system-wide adoption. Thus far, the engagement there and similar types at Northwood and Poolsville and elsewhere underscores the importance of pursuing data-driven decisions and sharing transparently with key stakeholders prior to any resolutions on MCPS policy and investments. And to this end, we hereby request a simple, straightforward parent and caregiver communication. Each area associate superintendent of school support and improvement should partner with each principal assigned to them and communicate directly to their schools' communities this month about safety. It should address 3 points. First, cite the school code of conduct and clearly explain to students what behavior is acceptable or unacceptable once on school premises. 2, highlight the consequences of nonconformance to that code. And 3, describe the new MCPS directive to require student IDs in high schools and explains its intentions. It is important to distribute this communication this month. A timely footnote on emotional, mental, and physical safety. After last year's unprecedented rise in anti-Semitic incidents, and as we draw closer to the first anniversary of the October 7 attacks, it would serve the board to consider a 4-point guide to ensure Jewish students' safety, co-developed by national organizations with local representation here in Montgomery County. The link is provided in my testimony. Turning to capital improvements, we look forward to working with you productively as we did this summer in our summer area meetings, including an updated, robust Key Facility Indicators Index. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosalind Hanson.
Salem Avenue Elementary in Hagerstown is a Title I school with 100% farms population that has found a way to achieve 41.7% grade level reading proficiency for their 5th graders. By contrast, of the 38 MCPS Title I schools reporting data, 89% perform below this benchmark, if not significantly below this. It appears that we can learn something from Principal Garner at Salem Avenue, which is why they were featured in the Project Baltimore article I'll be emailing to each of you. I ask you, on behalf of the children of MCPS, reach out to him and find out what they're doing and what we can implement here so that our grade level literacy rates can meet or even exceed Salem Avenue's for our Title I schools. In addition to advocating for children with the greatest need, I'm also here as a mother advocating for my underserved, high-performing student. My son enjoyed an excellent education at Chevy Chase Elementary through the Center for Enriched Studies. Regrettably, he did not win the lottery to go to a magnet middle school. So now I'm also advocating for high-performing students like my son who deserve a rigorous instructional program like MCPS says it's committed to providing. With the encouragement of Central Office and the support of MCCPTA, I began investigating what resources are available to students in a situation like my son. I learned that there are enriched novel options in our English language arts curriculum. However, I was shocked that without expressed advocacy of parents, these resources are not being recommended to above grade level learners. So when I asked my son's school to inform parents that these options were available for the 60% of students identified as above grade level learners, I was told they would not. Further, our PTSA was told that they could not communicate to the parents that these options exist so that parents could advocate for their children to be provided these resources to reach their full potential as learners. I wish my story were an anomaly, but it is not. This fall's Bethesda Magazine article that I'll also email to each of you highlights my second ask. Take action on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all who provided testimony. We will now ask our next set of speakers to please come forward. Courtney Evans, Samuel Center, Victoria Hill, Armando Grundy Gomes, Angela Rojas, and Yolanda Belton. Courtney Evans, you may begin. No? Okay. Samuel Center.
Hello, my name is Samuel Center, and I am an 8th grade student and an autistic child and in the special education program. Because I am autistic, me and other students that are autistic and special education feel like our rights have been taken away by the county because special education kids in MCPS are isolated and we're housed away from the rest of the school. One example of that is not being allowed to sit at a regular lunch table in the cafeteria. Instead, we are put in a small room with other special education kids to eat with. And if they are allowed to sit in the cafeteria, which is not very likely, they are sat at a different table in the cafeteria with no one else at the table. Yet another reason is that the academic work they give in the special education programs is much easier to do than in the mainstream classes, which I highly think is a violation of the IDEA Act. The first reason is that the work is just straight up different. For example, math and special education can vary, but most commonly it's either just simple addition, multiplication, etc., or it's just a couple levels below their grade level. And another reason is that kids who learn faster have to learn very slow because others need more help. This causes special education kids to feel like they're being dumbed down by the county, and I feel like it would be really good if you guys could accommodate for their needs. And the last topic I'd like to mention is suicide. A poll was taken by a nonprofit organization on how many kids experienced suicidal thoughts or did so harm or was depressed, in which 70,000 kids from grades 5 to 12 were polled, and the students were not just special education students, but also LGBT students and non-SPED students in 18 different states. Rates of self-harm, depression, anxiety, and suicidal thoughts for special education students is as high as 22%, which is much higher than the non-SPED students, not including LGBT students, which leads me to my final question. How are you going to fix this? I feel like this is segregation against kids because they don't get the same rights as normal kids.
Thank you. Thank you, Samuel. Victoria Hill?
In April, a student was arrested for plans to carry out a record-setting shooting of our K-5 students. The day prior, I wrote to you about the lack of emergency communication infrastructure in our 136 elementary schools. I told you these schools have no 911 cellular calling capability, silent alarms, intercoms, lock check, or even landlines to call for help. I testified in June asking for you to mandate the use of a free security assessment tool to identify gaps. I discovered last week that you have allocated $0 toward any of the elementary school safety issues that have been brought to your attention. $0. If an active shooter walked into any of our elementary schools today, they could kill more children than Sandy Hook, Uvalde, and Parkland combined, because our elementary schools are, without exaggeration, helpless. Neighboring communities and counties outpace us on every safety element, making Montgomery County's elementary schools the softest target in the NCR. You have heard from experts, including me, who have over 78 years of combined defense, law enforcement, and emergency management experience, that not funding elementary school safety efforts could be catastrophic, and you have ignored all of us. Without immediate funding to introduce basic security measures in elementary schools, your experts are telling you that it's not if a school shooting will happen, it's when. I'm here today to ask if you have thought about what the worst elementary school shooting in our nation's history would do to your reputation, your careers, and the legacy that you've built. Do you think our community, parents, and students will remember your hard work, or will they remember that you were all aware of this negligence and did nothing? Can you live with that? Elementary school safety requires immediate funding that you have the power to give, and you need to do it now. Not after the lives of families are destroyed and Montgomery County is forever known as the county who knew children's lives were at stake and did nothing. You must act now. Thank you.
Thank you. Armando Grundy Gomes.
My name is Armando Grundy Gomez, and I wanted to talk to you all today about, I heard the announcement at the beginning of the meeting about being both a person who's Black American as well as Jewish and Hispanic. I find it interesting when we talk about how we treat the least among us. I also find it interesting when we talk about what's not going to be tolerated in Montgomery County Public Schools. You want to have a certain set of rules for us as the public and not a set of rules for your staff or even yourselves that you want to talk about when it comes to respect, bigotry, and racism. I'm from the South. I know what it's like to not be like for simply how you appear. I actually can't take this off. I know what that's like. I didn't have to grow up in the 60s or even before that. I know what we have, it's called Jim Crow 3.0. It's happening now. We didn't have Emmett Till. We have things like George Floyd, and every day a Black man. And I notice many times people don't talk about Black men. We talk about gender specific. I just want to talk about Black people. We're the forgotten. We're one of the most hated races on this planet. But when we talk about how we treat us and we handle things with performative measures, I have called your district office. I've actually called your offices for the Board of Education to be gaslit, to be not communicated with. As a Black person who's a taxpayer in this county, I find it repugnant and interesting that you all are not accessible not communicative. And when I try to call the superintendent's office, I met with non-response. I met with non-phone calls back. This isn't a shot, it's about accountability. Accountability, we teach people how to treat us. We talk about how accountability should be for everybody, but it starts with you as leaders. Just because you're elected doesn't make you a leader. I believe what people do and not what they say. And if you're not gonna sit here and call me back, especially when you are as a leader and the head administrator in this office, that's very interesting to me. And so nobody should be being gaslit trying to get a hold of their board member. Nobody should be getting gaslit because they're trying to get a hold of the superintendent. That just should not happen, and nor should racial pejoratives happen anywhere from your staff members, but it does. Thank you.
Thank you. Angela Rojas.
Hello, everyone. First, I want to thank Ms. Chevra for acknowledging my daughter the last time she was here testifying. Señora Silvestre, thank you for acknowledging my daughter. I don't know if you remember her. And Ms. Rivera, Brianna Rojas. So I want to thank you guys for your kindness towards her. So I'm one of the MBA parents. We're still here. We have not disappeared. I truly want all of you to open your heart. There's 800 kids out there. They did very well in the MBA. You heard our testimony. You had parents crying, begging. So I really want you guys to open your heart to this 800 students. I strongly believe that in life, everyone deserves a chance. You guys that are up there, someone gave you a chance to become the person that you are. So MBA provided that chance for this 800 students to be the best that they can. We know that each student, they learn differently. A lot of them, they do better in the building. A lot, they do better virtually. So my question is, why take away this opportunity from students that they were doing very, very well in the MBA? Please open your heart. These students, they deserve an opportunity. Everyone here in life, all of us here in Earth, deserve an opportunity to become better. Ms. Harris, where is the equity? Where is the equity? That's my question. These students, they deserve equity. Please do not forget about them. Please bring MBA back. We have other states that they have online public school. I know you guys can make it happen. So I'm here representing this 800 students, a lot of parents that they're not able to be here, to please hear us out. Do not ignore. Give a chance to this 800 students, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is Yolanda Belton here? Okay. If not, we'll move to Courtney Evans. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
As you review MCPS literacy performance data today, you won't see MVA on the list. I'm here to provide data evidence that MVA's model for fully synchronous virtual instruction is effective, especially for our elementary grade students. This is important to understand because for years, MCPS has left chronically ill or medically vulnerable elementary age students isolated and receiving even less than the minimum instruction required by IIS, even as you fervently argue the need to have socialization and avoid learning loss for everyone else. This practice is particularly damaging for elementary students, for whom a connection to learning and regular, rigorous instruction is extremely important. MVA gave those kids full, challenging curriculum, and as well as consistent supportive learning community, while also offering equitable access to enriched curriculum for in-person students in underserved communities. I've provided each of you a document of literacy performance data for MVA. Oh, forgive me, lost my spot. Students. Both demographic and performance data was obtained through MPIA requests, which itself is a problem. This data should have been readily accessible for parents, students, and anyone interested in evaluating performance. We analyzed demographic data to find the elementary schools that most closely matched MVA's population. That's the first graph you'll see. I've also included attendance data for MVA elementary students. You'll see that MVA students had a higher attendance rate than both the county elementary average and comparable schools. Notably, only MVA's attendance rate met the state's criteria for proficiency. To summarize the rest of the data, MVA's fifth graders dramatically outperformed county, state, and similar schools, Our fourth graders also outperformed County St. Similar schools, and our third graders outperformed peers in similar schools. In a comparison of Dible's end-of-year data, MVA again outperforms MCPS in similar schools in both average and progress over the course of the year. This demonstrates that the right kind of virtual learning can help elementary students thrive, especially those who otherwise lack access to a full education. The establishment of MVA propelled MCPS forward and provided a lifeline for students who are falling through the cracks. Please bring back a fully synchronous, comprehensive virtual school in the FY26 budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for everyone that testified. Our next set of speakers are audio and video. Yolanda Belton, please play the audio.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yolanda Belton. The Montgomery Virtual Academy served hundreds of students and families. There's a wide variety of reasons why families chose the Virtual Academy, including but not limited to physical, emotional, and mental health reasons. What these children all had in common is that they thrived in the virtual school setting, and data definitely shows that. The MVA was a crucial tool for these children's success. Taking away the MVA left these children without a school. Many former MVA families are deeply upset about the lack of support they have received after the MVA's closure. They have been given the runaround, denied entry into programs like HHT because of not having a qualifying condition, including my own children who suffer with chronic conditions. The MVA, on the other hand, served so many different children with so many different needs and conditions. What should be an exciting time, the start of a new school year, is unfortunately not for so many MCPS students and families. We are saddened at the events that have taken place. We are stressed, but we are also hopeful that you will come up with a virtual solution for these families. A virtual option is a necessity for these kids. We must remember that children and their best interests should always come first, that all children should have access to a complete and accommodating education. Please come up with a solution for these children. Please don't let these children down. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next is a video testimony from Sterling High. Please play.
I'm speaking today to remind you of the commitments outlined in MCPS Policy ACA and the MCPS Non-Discrimination Statement. These documents affirm the board's deep commitment to providing every student equitable access to educational opportunities, rigor, resources, and support that are designed to maximize students' academic success and physical, psychological, and social emotional well-being. Virtual schooling is a vital part of this commitment. MCPS has demonstrated the ability to provide this equitable access through the Montgomery Virtual Academy, which not only removed barriers but also enabled students to thrive and succeed according to MCPS. Fully synchronous virtual education, like the MVA, directly addresses the structural and institutional barriers that traditional schools cannot overcome, ensuring that students with health risk, disabilities, and unique personal circumstances are not unjustifiably excluded from educational opportunities. Policy ACA calls for mitigating practices that have unjustified disparate impact. Lacking a virtual option for educational access disproportionately hurts marginalized students. Furthermore, Policy ACA explicitly charges the board and MCPS to take proactive steps to identify and redress implicit biases and structural and institutional barriers. The MVA was that proactive step, and it worked. Please continue to take steps to address the barriers of access to an education that were reconstructed when the MVA was eliminated. The only way to do so is to reestablish a fully synchronous virtual school for the hundreds of children that need or want it. MVA's success and ability to provide and expand access for students who are otherwise pushed out of the system or underserved within it demonstrates that virtual schooling is not just a fun option. It is the answer to MCPS's own policy obligations that were unmet prior to the MVA. We cannot go back. We must continue to offer virtual schooling to ensure equitable access for all students and uphold our commitment to their success. Thank you.
Thank you. Sophia Eckelmeyer, please play the video.
Good afternoon. My name is Sophia Eckelmeyer, and I'm speaking today on the opening of the 2024-25 school year without the Montgomery Virtual Academy and the negative impact it has had on our son, Tom, who is an MVA student since its opening. Due to his status as a transplant waitlist patient, as well as other medical issues that make in-person school a serious challenge to his health, we decided after consulting with his counselor to enroll Tom in the online Pathways to Graduation program. The difference since losing the MBA could not be more stark. We were extremely disappointed when the MBA was closed, but its loss has been even worse than we expected. MBA was very close to the in-person school experience, except for being online. Without it, there is no community, and learning is fragmented. We are not afraid of the world or of stepping outside our comfort zone, because even with the MBA, our son's health issues presented challenges to learning that he dealt with every day. But the MBA was the most equitable learning environment for students for whom in-person learning is not optimal, and it reduced barriers to learning that these students face. It was a mental health resource, a safety resource, and a high-quality academic environment that reduced inequity in MCPS. The need for MBA will not go away. Even in its last year, applications to the MBA exceeded enrollment. As you consider next year's budget, I join other MBA families to respectfully ask that you fund and reopen the MBA. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Abigail Marsh, please play the video.
My name's Abigail Marsh. I'm speaking as an MCPS parent and a professor of psychology and neuroscience at Georgetown University who specializes in social and emotional development in adolescents. I'm convinced the evidence is clear that cell phones have to be banned in K-12 school settings from bell to bell. The first reason is phones interfere with learning. They create a constant distraction. The average student receives 50 notifications every day during school. Test scores have plateaued or dropped since the introduction of phones because students are learning less, as anyone would who was constantly distracted while trying to listen and read and concentrate. Teenagers cannot be taught to manage this distraction because their brains are not developed enough yet. Second, phones interfere with social and emotional learning. What is sadder than a table full of teens sitting silent and hunched over their phones when they should be talking and laughing? Passing period and lunch are when teens get the majority of daily opportunities to practice social and emotional skills, which can only be learned through practice. Employers are now reporting that many recent college graduates can't make eye contact in a conversation. Guess why? Third, phones interfere with safety. Fights and vandalism in schools are coordinated via phones and then filmed and posted to social media on phones. Removing phones bell to bell cuts down on both fights and vandalism, as a Today Show episode about DCPS's Hardy Middle School reported just this morning. Fourth, this is an equity issue. Top regional private schools like GDS already ban phones bell to bell. MCPS students will be left behind their peers in terms of their academic outcomes and their social emotional development unless MCPS leaders take action. Fifth, and maybe most importantly, this is what teachers want by an overwhelming margin. 83% of teachers in a recent NEA poll want phones banned bell to bell all day. Our teachers know the right answer. Schools around the country are starting to ban phones bell to bell. Please don't let MCPS kids get left behind.
Thank you. Arahat Saxena, please play the video.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Arahat Saxena, and I am a junior at Kennedy High School. I'm here today to talk about the changes made within the Department of Transportation and how that has affected students across MCPS. For context, I am an IB student at Kennedy High School, and although I do not live within the zoning areas for Kennedy, I take a magnet bus route that serves the students outside of the area. This year, I learned that one of the previous two bus routes that had originally served Kennedy was being eliminated, and that my bus route, bus 1703, was being expanded to cover the previous area that had been lost. This now means more than double the amount of students on the bus, twice as many stops being serviced, and over double the amount of time it takes for my bus to go from Kennedy back to my stop. What's even worse is that when this change was made, there was absolutely no notification made to families. That meant that on the first day of school, my mom, who was expecting me to get to my bus in 40 minutes, had to wait over 90 minutes for me to reach my stop. I did not get home until 4 p.m. on that first day of school. Such a monumental change without any prior notification to families is simply unacceptable. And when both me and two other families emailed the Department of Transportation requesting that the changes be made public to parents and that they revert back to the original system in which it only took 40 minutes, the Department of Transportation sent back an email saying that they were going to make absolutely no changes and that if students wanted to go to IB programs, they simply just had to deal with the situation as it was. This response is unacceptable. Whether a student chooses to go to their home school or a magnet program, they should do so knowing that MCPS is willing to provide enough resources to help them with that decision, and that no matter which school you go to, you will have an adequate transportation system to get back to your house. I urge MCPS to look into this issue and encourage them to make the adequate changes necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Carabelle Fresenbet. Please play the video.
Good afternoon, board members and Dr. Tyler. Since Dr. Tyler is relatively new to our school, I would like to address the board members and staff who have been with us through this challenging period. For over a year, I have been advocating for MCPS to ensure equal treatment of all community members and to end discrimination based on sex and sexuality. Unfortunately, it seems that the board favoritism towards a particular sexual perspective has clouded its commitment to equity. As MCPS appears to increasingly align itself with LGBTQ perspectives, my community and I have suffered significant financial, mental, and physical hardship. Unfortunately, the US legal system is prohibitively expensive for individuals like us, whereas the board can easily afford legal representation using our own tax dollars. Despite this, I will not remain silent when we are being disregarded and our voices are being ignored, as if we, as parents, are merely custodians of our own children. And in time, we will get our justice. Everyone has the right to their own beliefs about sexuality, but to impose those beliefs on other children against their will demonstrates a troubling level of arrogance and disregard. Unless we have a societal referendum to determine which sexual orientations to accept or reject, there is no moral or legal basis for imposing those views on us. You might have discovered some loophole to do your wishes for now, as the school board is so over-controlled by the LGBTQ community to the point it declared Pride Alliance as a trusted organization over sexuality. This does not provide you with moral authority to enforce your views indefinitely. I urge you once again, and will continue to do so as long as necessary, stop transforming our public school system into a private community establishment. Cease sexualizing our children according to your own preferred ideology.
Thank you. This will conclude our public comments. The next business meeting of the Board of Education for public comment is Thursday, September 26th. Sign-ups for public comment will open on Thursday, September 19th, 2024 at 6 p.m. In addition to the online sign-ups for public comment, we allow for in-person, same-day sign-ups when space allows. Unallocated slots may be filled on a first-come, first-served basis on the day of the meeting. In order to sign up in person, please arrive 15 to 20 minutes before the start of the open session and sign the form. In-person signups will close 15 minutes before public comment begins or when all slots are filled. I will now turn to my colleagues if I have any comments or questions. Mrs. Evans.
Sure. As always, I appreciate everyone that provided testimony because I know you took time out of your day to be able to come back, to be able to come and give us feedback. I just had a question for Dr. Taylor. Can we just look into the transportation for Kennedy High School? Because if I recall correctly, I'm just a parent removed by a couple of months, but I recall the majority of the students in the IB program being from outside of the school. So we just want to see with that one bus being eliminated, if it's not some overcrowding, but just kind of send something out so the parents are aware. I appreciate that.
Ms. Harris?
Oh, sorry.
No questions? Okay. Ms. Wolf?
I don't really have a question. I just wanted to thank everybody for coming. And I particularly wanted to thank Samuel, our student who came in to talk about feeling isolated. And I don't know that I have an answer for you. So I'm going to ask Dr. Taylor, can he talk a little bit, just maybe a couple of sentences, about whether or not our students are being isolated for lunch and things like that? Our special needs student.
That's generally not our practice.
Yeah, that was my understanding. So I would like us to kind of review with the principals and the schools the standard for dealing with our special needs students in the non-academic settings in particular. I'd also like to note what Mr. Armando Gomes said. I was disheartened to hear that you've been emailing us and we haven't been responding and that you've been trying to reach out to staff. I checked my own emails and I did find one from you, but it wasn't addressed to me. It was addressed to a staff person. So I kind of assumed that you had been getting an answer. So please feel free to reach out again. And again, I will say to our MVA students, we do see you. we do hear you, and we're working on options. Thank you.
And I did notice that Ms. Pattyfoot reached out to Mr. Grundy Gomez to follow up with him. Ms. Rivera Oven.
Thank you. I just, a few things. I too was a little bit, my heart was moved when Samuel testified. I don't think we want any child to feel isolated. And I know when my kids went to elementary school, we had a special ed program, and I knew it had to do a lot with staff and with supervision, and we had enough volunteers and folks in the school so the kids could eat together. And this was elementary school. I don't know what the policies are in middle school, but this is coming directly from one of our students. So if one of our students is feeling this way, then we know there are other students feeling the same way. And the last thing we want to do is for anyone to feel isolated, forgotten. So anyway, it took a lot of courage, Samuel, to come to talk to us, and I just want to acknowledge that. And I wanted to say to Lizzie Rubio Lizzie Rubio Vasquez from CREA, we just did a proclamation on Hispanic Heritage Month. So it's really interesting to me that we're acknowledging all the incredible things that Latinos bring to the table and so on. But we also know that CREA is a program that serves a large Latino population in the evenings, kids with a lot of trauma and kids with young people who are going through a lot of struggles to be able to go to school. And she genuinely brought that pain, I think, to the table. And I think we are, right, making some changes, and we're doing better. But the fact is that, she represents many of the students in our system. Some of them are not in CREA, but many of our students who have to work in the evenings, who have to work on the weekends, to be able to put food on the table. And it's not just Latino students, it's a large number of our immigrant young people, populations that we know are doing that. So anything that we can do, guess what, to lift them, when they succeed, we all succeed as a community. And we are all better for it. To Mr. Gomez, I'm glad that we're going to be responding, because again, we don't want anybody to feel isolated. I think we have such a great standards in Montgomery County, but we do have 160,000 plus kids in our system. We are one of the largest, and we are the largest in Maryland, but we are one of the largest in the metropolitan area. So there is. And not to make excuses, but we get hundreds of emails. And so people know we are a part-time board. And unlike, some other elected officials who have a full staff of people that work, for them, and they have an office and they have assistants and people who check their emails and reply to emails, that is not the case for us. And I just want the community to understand, because I know there's very high expectations when it comes to communication from the board members. But we are a mighty team, and we try to respond to all the requests and inquiries that come through us. As you can hear, my board phone ringing as we speak. So I just want to say thank you so much, and I appreciate especially the students' perspective always. And I know Mrs. Victoria Hill brought a very important point with security among our elementary schools, and I think this is an issue that is very, very hard, close to our hearts, and we've been working on it. And I know our new superintendent is also on top of it, and we know we feel the pain of those jurisdictions who went through those horrible shootings, and we know we're not immune to any of it. Please know that we are working on that. And to my MBA folks, Mrs. Rojas, I know that you speak for a lot of them. We are always moved by by your testimony and by the testimony of many of the other students. And believe me, we are making sure that there is a good space where our young people can feel like they're succeeding. Because again, when they succeed, we all succeed. So thank you for your testimony.
Ms. Yang?
Yes, I thank you everyone for coming in. I associate myself with my colleagues on the comment of MBA, Kennedy bus, and also about safety and security, which is one of our board's priority this year. I'm wondering if staff members can follow up with Ms. Hansen about assessing enriched novel options in the middle school. We have heard repeated testimony from the parent communication about concerns to our middle school literacy program. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Harris?
Yeah, just a couple quick points. Young Sammy Center, I believe one of his other points was that he's not getting nearly enough rigorous instruction in his bridge program. And if we can, and that's, we're here to educate. So making sure that the students get whatever program they're in, they're getting adequate rigor. If we can follow up on that. And I did notice it's disturbing when a parent has to tell us that what we say we will deliver to students in our curriculum guides that we publish aren't happening, and when they're asked for them, they're refused. But I did see Ms. Hazel go out the door to have a conversation with Ms. Hansen, so hopefully they can get to the bottom of that soon, and it's early in the school year, so we can get that changed. And I did want to note in Dr. Marsh's testimony about cell phone policy is something we will be taking up, and agree that it is mission critical that we do that. And I also wanted to note Ms. Hill's testimony. She referred back to her testimony in June, and at that point she discussed a free tool that was available to help schools assess vulnerabilities. And we've been told multiple times by our Department of School Security that they are using that tool to assess the vulnerabilities of all of our elementary schools, and that work was happening in the summer. So it's happening.
And I believe Ms. Hill has met with our security team on that issue. So I want to close out that item.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on the PTA observations and the recommendations about communications around safety and expectations for students. I think they make some good suggestions in terms of kind of making it clear. I know that you have spoken with principals in terms of expectations for code of conduct and consequences, but I'd like for you to consider these recommendations in terms of communicating directly with school communities, principal, director communications. And then, yes, I think as we have our opening of schools presentation, I will be asking questions about our security. How, as we're opening schools, how do we know that our schools are safe? So I'll hold my questions for later in the agenda.
Can I just make one more comment? I too wanted to follow up a little bit on the safety issue. I think that, we do give out the code of conduct to our students, but it's a lot. It's a lot for them to actually read. I'm wondering if we could synthesize a one-page document that talks about the code of conduct and the consequences. Because, I get it too, and I've seldom read it. I read it once years ago, and that's it. So I think it would be easier if we could do a sort of a cheat sheet for them. Thank you.
Yep. And I know a lot of our students have left already, but just wanted to recognize Lizzie Rubio Vázquez once again. Gracias por tu testimonio. Estamos escuchándote. Vamos a tomar acción. Definitivamente el testimonio que tus maestras y tú has dado está siendo escuchado por nosotros, y esperamos que la situación en CREA mejore para ti y para los demás estudiantes. I just thanked her for her testimony and that we're listening, that the testimony that her teachers and other students have made has been important for us, and that we hope that with the evaluation we can have a better program for her and for future CREA students. Okay, thank you, everyone. We are now going to move on to agenda item number 6.
I just put one tiny,
Mrs. Evans,
quick, real fast. You all made some great suggestions about, Ms. Wolf said, a one-pager for our students around student rights or the code of conduct. I almost feel like, too, we created a video. We were just at the student athletes leadership conference meeting. And they had a great video that they created on what students should expect when they're going to activities, after-school activities, particular games. And I thought it was great when they had the jump back-to-back to say no backpack. So I just think a visual could also possibly be better or go a long way. I don't know how you compose all that into a quick video to show them, but I just thought of that real quick. I just wanted to add that.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to our consent items, which is agenda item number 6. Board members, what would you like to pull, if anything? Ms. Harris.
Item 6.6, please.
Okay, and I'm going to pull item 6.4. Excuse me, no. Yes, I do have to pull it, yes. All right, could I get a motion to move the rest in block?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous with those present. 6.4. I'm just going to ask to vote, to abstain from that item, so we'll vote for that separately. Go ahead, Ms. Harris.
Yes, I just wanted to pull item 6.6, which is a National Fish and Wildlife Foundation grant. Just an opportunity for us to actually cheerlead some of the great sustainability work that we do that we never give enough attention to. So just, I don't know if there's staff here. I thought somebody was going to come. Maybe I'm wrong.
Actually, Ms. Harris, I've got some information that I can share on that.
Oh, okay, awesome.
And then if there's anything we need to add, we can do that as well. So this is a grant from the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation that will allow the school system to design and implement 6 to 8 hubs for resilience, education, action, and climate habitat, REACH hubs, which will provide that nature-based learning infrastructure environment on the school property to manage and reduce stormwater runoff and provide that hands-on learning at the same time. So it brings both that environmental lens and the environmental learning together to our school sites and allows us to accomplish some of that work that we need to do all together at one time.
Yeah, and I just invite everybody, if you haven't done so, to take a little trip to Loiterman Middle School and see an original REACH hub that we started installation on Earth Day in the spring. It's a partnership with Coiner Farm, and it gets, it's an urban sustainability demonstration site with reach into the community. This is important work, and I just, another shout out to the folks in sustainability inside our facilities office, particularly Mr. Harris Trobin, who is a genius at this work and brings so much quiet energy to it and has been achieving a lot, and right under the radar.
Okay. So can we get a motion to move 6.6?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Motion to move 6.4?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. Okay, that's Mr. Savarna, Ms. Evans, Ms. Harris, Ms. Wolf, Ms. Rivera-Oven, and Ms. Yang. And I am abstaining. Okay, so we will move on. We're ahead of schedule. That's a good thing. To our agenda item number 7, the opening of schools. Very exciting time. We have a couple weeks under our belt, so we want to hear system-wide how our school system is doing, or how our children are doing, how our families are doing, how our staff are doing. So with that, Dr. Taylor.
Madam President, members of the board, I have a feeling that it's going to be a good year.
MCPS, the summer's up. I've got my students. Let's give it up. Go out and smash it. I know you can. The school year is here. Let's kick it off.
So I want to give props to Miss Edwards as the sole person dancing as the team coming up. We are so proud and excited to welcome our students and staff back for another school year. And no school year is perfect. And yes, there's always hiccups and challenges that come with every school year. But we've had a wonderful start to the school year, thanks to the many hands that have gone into preparation, to our fantastic staff of educators and support staff and leaders who have welcomed our students back to school, and some of our families as we are deep in the thick of it in back to school night season, and just so thrilled to have them here. We believe that all children deserve access to a safe learning environments characterized by remarkable learning experiences, support, equity, and engagement. We continue to strive to preserve that which is working, enhance in those areas that need improvement. Throughout this presentation, we will share celebrations and also areas that need enhancement. We are thrilled to have the leadership team also from Wheaton Woods Elementary School here today, so that you can hear directly from one of our schools about their experiences as just an artifact of some of our success and some of the things that we're excited about, as well as some of the things that need to be tightened up. So I will turn it over to Ms. Edwards, who is our Chief of District Operations, to kick us off. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm also, it seems like, the chief dancer today, welcoming in the school year. So I do hope that you enjoyed the start of the school year like everyone else. Today we are here, if we could go, thank you, whoops. We are here to discuss the opening of school. And so one of the key points that we know is we had a lot of momentum to start the school year. And so we want to maintain that momentum. So what we bring today is really thinking about that excellent educational experience for students, for staff, as well as for families. And so you'll hear about experiences and stories. We'll share some data from the first couple of weeks of school. We will also share some things that are triumphs. But we also have to live with the reality of we have almost 4 quarters to go, and we have to look at the things in which we need to continue to build on and problem solve throughout the year. But today we are recommending that you receive this report for information, for discussion, but as well as for us to be actionable so we can continue to have that great school year, as the music said. So we'll kick it off and talk about, because with every great school year, there is a lot of work that happens over the summer to really get us started, to welcome 160,000 students, to get them to school, to make sure they have a wonderful experience, and to make sure that families know exactly what's happening, and for staff to be on the same page. Dr. Thomas, kicked us off at A&S. We had a wonderful A&S meeting, really focusing on just working as a team, charting our path forward, and being better at what we need to do for the coming year. And that sets the tone in terms of how we enter the year and how we want to continue to work with everyone. New educator orientation, we welcomed 589 new educators this year from multiple places. Ms. Key will talk to you about that, our Chief of Human Resources, about that hiring class of teachers, our supporting services employees, as well as administrators, and the different recruitment opportunities that we use this year. Our Amplify CKLA training also took place this summer with over 4,000 teachers who experienced that. We talked about bringing Wheaton Woods to the table, because what we do a lot of times is we kind of think about implementation. We think about what the theory is. Our team from Wheaton Woods will talk to you about how they're implementing it, what they did, how they did it, and then what their path forward and challenges might be. And we also want to celebrate and honor our 1,000 Summer Rise students who had that opportunity to do some really good experiences through careers this summer, things that will be life-changing and really chart their path forward as we think about the after of MCPS. So in order to open schools, one of the concentration areas, of course, is the instruction, but we also focus on the operational components, because what our operations teams do is we really take an opportunity to prepare for the year and create the conditions. We welcomed back 159,416 students as of September 3rd. We celebrate that number. We're happy the students are here. And then we also, during that first week of school, you can see our numbers in terms of breakfast and lunch that we actually serve this year. And so we continue to focus on the needs of our students, really thinking about the new items that we've offered students over the past couple of years, but seems to be a hit. Our banana bread within our elementary schools, the lasagna roll-ups are a huge hit, and really offering new opportunities that our students actually identified for us last year. And we want to really give a shout out to our meal service program, but also our Department of Transportation with over 1,200 bus routes this year, 19.8 million miles traveled last year, and we are well on our way for this year in terms of the services that we offer. We heard from Kennedy High School earlier, and we will do that follow-up there. One thing that we implemented this year was we released our bus routes earlier than what we have previously, and we asked for schools to be able to share that information with communities, recognizing that those bus routes may change because we released them approximately 2 weeks earlier. So what we're seeing here is we definitely know we communicated the information, but how do we keep up with the changes and making sure that's available? So when we talk about things to upgrade, that's something that we saw as a plus, but then we also have to recognize the shifting dynamics that are there as well. I want to turn it over to Ms. Alfonso Windsor to talk about some of the great things that have happened in terms of new sites and maintenance and construction.
Good afternoon. So the start of the school year is an exciting time. It's a new beginning. So to prepare for the opening of schools, we started with weekly meetings during the month of August to review issues school by school. We looked at the readiness in areas such as grounds maintenance, HVAC, interior cleaning of our facilities, and the completion of construction projects. We increased our communication with the Office of School Support and Improvement and the principals during the first week of school as any facility issues arose. We used a tracking method to understand what the issues were in terms of HVAC. That was one of our major challenges due to aging infrastructures and unfortunately due to the high temperatures that we experienced during that first week of school. So we kept track of that, and we're still monitoring that to ensure that we're meeting the needs of our facilities. Excitingly, we added over 350,000 square feet this year to our facilities. This included the expansion of the Neelsville Middle School, the ongoing modernization of Poolsville High School, and the opening of the new Woodward High School, which will be the home for our Northwood High School students for the next 3 years as the Northwood High School is being built. As part of that, we are thrilled to continue the amazing work of the Northwood High School Construction Impact Team. That team is continuing to support the community and ensuring continuity in transportation, athletics, performing arts, and other activities for those students. Additionally, we want to highlight the energy conservation efforts that began this year at about 50 of our schools at all levels, elementary, middle, and high schools. And that happened through the installation of window films for thermal comfort and weather stripping, and we hope that this will continue advancing our work towards green schools for Montgomery County Public Schools. And now I'm going to turn it over to Ms. April Key.
Good afternoon, Ms. Silvestri, Dr. Taylor, members of the board. I am happy to report that the Montgomery County Public Schools has significantly fewer teacher vacancies than last year. At this time in 2023, we had 109 general education vacancies and 58 special education vacancies. As of today, we have 67 general education vacancies and 19 special education vacancies. We were able to hire 43 licensed and experienced special education teachers from the Philippines. Paraeducator vacancies, as you can see, continue to be a concern. They are among the lowest paid employees doing work that is critical to our students' success. We are hopeful that the results of our paraeducator salary study will yield results that will make the position more attractive. Next slide. Diversity was a focus for the ANS talent acquisition team. They were successful in their efforts, as you can see. At this time in 2023, we had 19 acting principals compared to the 2 we have this year. We have modified our position management process. We now keep positions open until filled instead of closing them on a specific date. The OHRD talent acquisition teams have had a very successful hiring season. And I'll hand it over to Dr. Peter Moran.
All right, thank you, Ms. Key. So I'm very excited to talk to you about the opening of schools, one of the best times of the year, especially if you are a parent like me. Seeing your kids off is something that is just very exciting. The opening of school and opening of a school system is a time of hope, excitement, and optimism as we work together to meet a moment where we know that our students need us right now more than they ever did. During the first 2 weeks of school, every school was visited by their director as well as other central office staff members. A key highlight or theme of feedback was the immediate focus on teaching and learning. That was heard across the system and is something that I think we really need to commend our principals, our teachers, and our supporting service staff for. Facilities management, personnel, and building service staff prepared beautiful learning environments for our students and staff. Many schools celebrated upgrades made over the summer, like you heard earlier, facility improvements to enhance curriculum materials. These efforts directly align with our summer planning work, ensuring smooth transitions into the new school year. Our presence in schools now and in the weeks and months to come provides us with an understanding of the strengths and opportunities that each respective school holds. In order for central services to serve schools well, we must know them well. I'm happy to share that the first week of school was a time to build and strengthen relationships. A new initiative to support this was the implementation of a central office ambassador initiative. This initiative moved away from solely visiting schools, but rolling up our sleeves and working alongside administrators, teachers, security staff, and paraeducators. 182 central service staff members supported 83 schools who requested specific support. Principals and ambassadors reported a feeling of camaraderie, enthusiasm, and positive momentum that we must build upon. As one principal stated, working together, central services in schools is how we become a unified team where relationships are built so that staff feel comfortable and confident accessing support and we brace each other as teammates. As I visited schools, I heard powerful reflections from the staff about the success of this year's opening. There was an echo of positivity that traveled through the school hallways, an excitement about moving to a greater focus on teaching and learning than managing operational challenges, and a confidence in the direction we are moving. I'm now going to turn it over to the Wheaton Woods team, who will share how their strategic planning last year and throughout the summer supported the opening of Wheaton Woods.
No music to welcome our school leaders.
So good afternoon, Ms. Silvestri, Dr. Taylor, members of the board. My name is Nora Collins. I go by Liz Collins. I am the humble principal of Wheaton Woods Elementary School, along with my dynamic and committed reading specialist.
Hello, everyone. My name is Latasha Green. It's so wonderful to be here with my principal, Liz.
And we look forward to presenting today. So we'll tell a brief story of our journey from last year and our preparedness for the successful implementation of CKLA into this year. There's a quote that, as a community school, we use to guide us, and that quote is, "It's the connection between schools and communities that creates greatness in schools." And this is from Bill Ayers.
So at Wheaton Woods, we were really focused last year on collective efficacy, and that's the belief of working together to impact student learning, and the instructional cycle in our staff meetings with our English language arts instructional specialists from MCPS. We assessed the impact of the science of reading in our daily instruction. We shifted to the science of reading research to benefit the needs of our students. Last year, we began really great reading for our daily phonics instruction. And for our students who were in need of targeted instruction, and for those students who needed individualized instruction, we make sure we tried to use another science of reading program, which is UFly. And that was to aid our students to become stronger in their phonological awareness. Our desired result for teachers is to plan, teach, evaluate the effectiveness of their instruction. And with that, as we're moving towards core knowledge, language arts, which is CKLA program, what we're doing is making sure that we have a cycle for our teachers for learning to make sure that they are supported in the impact of learning a new curriculum as we move throughout the school year.
Our school goal has been to create a true community school through listening and engaging with all stakeholders, strengthening teacher and leadership efficacy, while celebrating small achievements along the way. Critical usage of data during planning and within our leadership meetings helps us chart our course. Implementation of the co-teaching model and effective small group teaching and learning is imperative to us. Elevate planning PLCs that include regarded ELD, English language development practices, and collaborating with all stakeholders in what our students need to know and what we need to know for academic achievement.
So, next slide, please. So at Wheaton Woods last year, you can see our fabulous staff development teacher, Cianti Williams. We focused on collaboration with the classroom teachers, and what we had was our academic support teachers and our classroom teachers collaborate together to work on different strategies for those students who needed intervention. So we use structured literacy programs to pinpoint what are the areas of need for the students who required intervention. The teachers employed daily informal assessments to monitor their instruction and the students' progress. This school year, as an instructional leadership team, we analyzed the data to determine our next instructional steps. And one of the things that we're using are the cycle for curriculum planning from our ELA department to ensure that we're using the structures in our curriculum study meetings. At Wheaton Woods Elementary School, teachers are engaged in an approach where we utilize the data for our instructional implications. The daily formatives from CKLA and the skills and the knowledge domain will tell us what areas students need support and who requires enrichment, which we are very dedicated to at Wheaton Woods.
So what does this all mean? So as you are aware, our school improvement plan and our professional learning plan helps guide us into our targeted goals. As a result of the work we did last year, our SIP was focused on at least 50% of our emergent multilingual students in grades K through 2. They will meet the academic milestone for literacy on their DIBELS composite score for the spring administration from 45 to 50%, and that was our span. However, our results were 68%. That means something we were doing was strong and effective.
Can you say that again, please?
I can absolutely. Let me go back. So our SIP was focused on at least 50% of our emergent multilingual students in grades K through 2 will meet the academic milestone for literacy in their DIBELS composite score for the spring administration. And we gave ourselves a span from 45 to 50%. However, our result was 68%. So we achieved far above our targeted goal. Okay, so we found that co-teaching is a successful practice, which is something we studied and implemented well last year and had significant impact on student outcomes. This is a practice we'll continue into this coming year. In the past 3 weeks, I'm celebrating teachers, how they've entered the planning, teaching, learning, and analyzing sessions ready to do the work. I'd like to particularly highlight our 4th grade team. Last year, we used them as an effective role model for their planning sessions. So they came ready to do the work. We had the team present at a staff meeting, share their resulting strategies and their continued collective efficacy. And as you're aware, teachers really influence other teachers. And so that's what we use to elevate practice. We're quite proud of the resulting data. Next slide. Thank you. So, as a Wheaton Woods staff, family, and community partnership, we've created a continuum of care and a reciprocal cycle of learning with parents and community partners. Our target is to listen, learn, educate, and engage with one another. Then we use that information to help us collect and impact our instructional techniques. One of the phrases I use when I engage with our families is, my school is your school and your home is my home. Mi escuela es tu escuela. Tu casa is mi casa. I say that casually, yet with warmth, and our families receive it well. How do we achieve this bridge? We educate our families on attendance and how to make decisions on wellness and timing of doctor's visits. We conduct curbside casual chats with families in the morning and in the afternoon. We aim to create a school without walls. For us, that means removing barriers by understanding cultural norms. We bring our partners in on a frequent basis. Some of those examples are JCA, grandparent volunteers to read to our 2nd grade students. Master Method is one of our honorable staff members to reduce bullying and increase confidence. We invite parents into our bi-monthly Wildcat Hall, where we recognize students, their children. We invite families in as volunteers and lunch partners with their children, and we implement reciprocal teaching and learning on demand. A simple question we ask our families: what works at home? Or we share. This is what we've learned works at school.
We also partner with the Parent Teachers Association at our school. One of the things that we started was conducting a steering committee where Wheaton Woods and the PTA examine what would our families like to see their schools evolve into. We host parent coffees, events where parents come and participate in activities and learning opportunities for their children. For example, teaching families how to sign up to become a member of the MCPS libraries. We have curriculum nights with a focus on our EML students, a winter wonderland, where we give back to our families who may need coats or winter gear. We have reading buddies with our outside readers from within the community. We hosted a Welcome to Our World event and much, much more. Monthly family markets with other resources and educational services that partner together. Outreach to various partners who'd like to serve with our community, are one of our biggest things.
Last slide. Thank you. So we believe in celebrating at Wheaton Woods. We work hard and then we celebrate well. So some of our celebrations include the Wildcat Hall, which you heard me mention earlier. That's where we celebrate student achievement and attendance gains, and we include focus areas like anti-bullying, caring for one another. We have cultural celebrations and yearly International Day titled, Where in the World Are You From? And our families love that. Kickoff of the school year and mid-year with community partners such as Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity and Delta Sigma Theta Sorority. They offer the High Five program and student supplies, and that welcomes our students and families just with a gentle high five, and have a great year. We have monthly Take 5 during staff meetings where we celebrate staff and their effective practice through recognizing them by our walkthroughs. We mentorship with students during the school year for social emotional wellness. We believe if their social emotional needs are met, then in time, we will witness academic gains. Student leadership lunches to build student leadership skill set and strengthen their voice about what needs to change based on their experiences in our school. And that builds them to be strong citizens for the future. We believe in effective partnership with linkages to learning for wraparound services that they offer our families, and we celebrate linkages to learning. One of our staff members on that team, we call him the parent whisperer. We offer a You Said, We Did strategy. Parents ask for affordable childcare, so we partnered with AIM to elevate need for affordable childcare. Community asks for increased safety around our school, so we, along with our families, partnered with AIM and various council members. As a result, we increased safety with stop signs at critical intersections. Thank you for that. Staff asked for increased wellness opportunities, so last year and rolling into this year, we offered over 40 events cumulative, and that was shared between admin, community schools, wellness trainers, and our social committee. This year, we are implementing a Spotlight on You for our families and staff, recognizing how families support our school and how staff help us create the school environment we're carefully achieving. Last but not least, we have an awesome welcoming committee outside each morning and at dismissal. Welcome students and families at the curbside, at the doorway, and in the main vestibule with smiles, hugs, and for our youngest learners, a walk down the hall. We are proud to represent Wheaton Woods.
Thank you very much to our Wheaton Woods staff and leadership for representing their wonderful community. Oh, yeah, okay, all right. So maintaining the momentum. You know, and we've heard Dr. Taylor say this, the opening of schools was a reflection of our belief that we need to be the best at getting better. And to that end, each evening we met to debrief what went well and what immediate improvements could be made. All directors in the Office of School Support and Improvement were actively assessing the needs of schools in collaboration with cross-office representation and then reporting them up in real time in the evenings. This cross-office coordination resulted in immediate responsiveness to issues such as access to curricular resources, HVAC issues, staffing needs, and support with establishing internal and external operations to maximize learning time. Stating that we had a successful opening is one thing. Supporting it with concrete data is another. As we examine the data from the first week of school last year versus this year, we saw a drastic difference in the experience of schools. In 2023, we had 36 suspensions the first week of school. This year, we had 10 suspensions. In 2023, we had 18 incidents that resulted in suspension for fighting. This year, across all 211 schools, we had 2 incidents. In 2023, we had 124 serious incidents. This year, we had 86 serious incidents. In addition, there was a decrease in the reports of drugs and controlled substances that were on campus. And I think the most important thing to note is that we carried that momentum into the second week of school, continuing to see a decline. Setting the tone for proactive support is something that we must maintain as essential services staff. This requires a proactive approach to communication, flexibility in supporting our schools, and a continuous focus on safety, well-being, and academic achievement. An example of this concerted effort to communicate with schools and families was the day before the particularly hot weather that we unfortunately had. Our teams ensured schools were informed about any adjustments, including hydration stations, air conditioning monitoring, and recommendations for outdoor activities. Another proactive example, which I was part of the discussion earlier, was the student and parent engagement in the Code of Conduct modules that were required in advisory courses and shared with parents to access at home. That was a new implementation that we did this year. I know we were talking a little bit about a one-pager, but that was accessible to all of our students at the secondary level and sent home to their parents to watch with them as well. They also clicked on that they completed the module at school and engaged in a discussion with their teacher during the advisory period about the content of the module. While our communications were timely, some schools did report challenges with AC units not working at full capacity or cooling delays in certain buildings. We're actively addressing these technical issues and improving our response times in partnerships with facilities management. We're also continuing to fine-tune our temperature monitoring systems and ensuring that school staff have clear guidelines on how to adjust schedules or move activities indoor if needed. One of the things that I've really appreciated as we've started school is, again, the focus on standardization, having practices that are well understood across all schools by all school leaders so that the decisions don't vary from school to school. We recognize that every school has unique needs. In response, we're working to tailor our support based on each school's specific situation. A critical part of supporting schools is ensuring that they have the right data to make informed decisions. As we work with each school, we are monitoring attendance patterns, assessing student performance by demographic groups, and tracking progress towards school improvement goals. We're helping schools to use data to target interventions where they're needed. I can't say this enough. We are looking forward to a successful school year, grounded in collaboration, data-driven decision-making, and truly just a shared commitment to the promise of the future of education in Montgomery County Public Schools. The first week was a representation of what we can do when we truly work together. And when I say work together, I mean not talking to one another, but actually working together in schools, side by side, gaining an understanding of what are the strengths and what are the opportunities in the schoolhouse, and then delivering and providing the service that schools need to ensure that they not only have a successful opening, but that every day is successful and that we're getting better each day for our students. So with that, I will turn it over to our board, Ms. Silvestri, for, we do have we have a video. I'm sorry, yes, and a very good video at that. I apologize.
You got excited.
I got excited.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Happy New Year!
Think about how you can encourage students to think about their work through an asset-based lens.
I'm learning how to just bring joy into the classroom. I'm feeling very encouraged as a new educator with MCPS.
It's my 9th year teaching, and already at NEO and day one, I feel more welcomed than the previous 8 years all rolled into one.
Yeah.
And we can just explore.
Me ha gustado todo, mucha información, juegos para niños, muchas actividades, todo muy bien.
Are you super excited for the first day of school?
Yes!
Happy birthday,
My hope is every student has every opportunity to be their best.
Dr. Taylor,
Hey.
welcome to Lake Seneca.
Very nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
I'm here to help today.
The first days of school, we have like 1,000 things that we need to do. Having someone from Central Services here helping us with 500 of those little things is invaluable.
No, the other way. It's a great opportunity to kind of support where needed whenever we can. Hey, it's heavy.
The students and the staff, these are the customers that we are serving, and we need to be really partners in that.
Tracy jumped right in. She said, tell me where you need me.
All right, have a great day, okay?
It's nice having them here in the building, working with the people who matter the most, and that's our students.
As the new principal of Clear Spring Elementary School and a first-year principal, I think it was really important to really live the curriculum with our teachers so they know that we are here to do the hard work with them.
You are so smart.
It's going to be a good year.
And that's the final.
Yeah.
Final step. Okay.
Now we're done.
So we'll take questions from board members. I'll take the liberty to ask the first question about safety and security. So as a new superintendent and a new director of safety and security, could you just talk more about what you have done to take a comprehensive look at the school system to see where our strengths and vulnerabilities are and what we're doing about it? Because that is, number one priority is to make sure our children are safe so they can be ready to learn. So just wanted to hear more about, for the sake of for the board and for the public, as new leadership comes on board, what's the assessment? Where are we and what do we need to work on?
Well, I'd say we're very optimistic. And so much of what we can do to keep our schools safe doesn't involve the purchase of anything or a new enhancement or anything along those lines, but having great relationships with our kids and our families, making sure that we are creating the kind of learning environments that make our kids feel proud of who they are and feel supported. Along those same lines, we want to have a game plan. We want to make sure that every school has a safety and security plan, and that's something that is new this year in terms of making sure that we're following that with some fidelity. We are doing a pretty comprehensive assessment of everything from one door to the next to cameras within every building, as well as making sure that our folks are adequately trained. There's lots of different dimensions to safety that we spend a lot of time talking about, the different dimensions of safety. As parents, we all very quickly gravitate towards the physical safety of our students and what's happening in the classrooms and our student behaviors in check. And we're seeing some really encouraging data that Dr. Moran shared that really is a great step in the right direction, but that's from setting clear expectations and making sure that there's follow through on top of those clear expectations. Really important part of this year, and I think has been something that has added to our optimism. But there's other dimensions of safety that we're also paying careful attention to. You heard a lot about HVAC, and for the most part, HVAC across the district was pretty good. There were some spots that needed some attention, but that speaks to our environmental safety. And so those are some dimensions of safety that we're also being attentive to, and is just as important as some of the things that we know we have to look at in terms of physical safety of students. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Jones, who will illuminate some more.
Absolutely. Good afternoon. I would like to at least share that I think that the first couple of weeks have really gone well. Overall, with a lot of engagement from not only just the school security staff and many members of the security teams, but also our staff at our schools, and led by our principals. And I think overall, when we look at the overall system, we've seen a really, I would say, a great piece of engagement from everyone who's sharing and talking about what is occurring and working through things that are that we've seen that have caused some issues or problems that we need to solve, and many of them are very minor, and we've been able to really address them in a timely manner. So that's something I see as a great positive. I think one of the things we really have to aim for, and this is something that we're really focusing on, is really just consistency. Making sure everyone understands across the system the accountability for where we have really engaged and make sure everyone's engaged in the safety for everyone, for our students, our staff, as well as our visitors who are coming to our schools, and making sure that that's important. You know, it's important for us to have and maintain, and I've seen this be successful as well, working with our external partners, whether that's law enforcement, whether that's some other services that are needed in order to maintain that safety. So that is, again, that is a recipe that we must continue to, to add to the product in order to make it taste better. And I think this is going to be something that's really going to be, a goal of ours to maintain safety and really to work towards that very safe learning environment. Have we had some incidents? The answer is yes, but they've been, I think, again, they've been people that have been engaged, whether it's been, during school events, during the school day, during the evening hours, or whether it's been over the weekend. We've had people that have really stepped up to the plate and really engaged and worked towards solutions. So again, we still have continued challenges, but I think Dr. Taylor is right when he talks about relationships are very important here, and I've had the opportunity in the first 2.5 weeks to visit some of our schools. And I've been really impressed by some of that engagement. But I will say moving forward that I'm not just satisfied with that. We are going to sit down and come up with a team approach to do some assessment with Mr. Moran's team, as well as other members of our security teams, to really kind of go in and to have these conversations with our principals on how we can improve in all phases in order to make sure that safety is being addressed.
Thank you. Couple of follow-ups. Where are we with hiring the 6 security assistants that we had in the budget? And number 2, we hear from parents that there's a backlog in terms of some work orders that relate to security. What are we doing about the backlog? So as it relates to it is my understanding that we are moving forward in the hiring process. Some of those positions, some of those folks will be starting soon, if not have just started. I'm not quite sure the exact number, but I'll make sure that we get those to you. And then as it relates to the issues with surrounding the parents, again, your second question was? Security-related work order backlog.
Yes. So we are beginning to address that. We're finalizing that list. We will be reporting that back out to you all, the board, in the coming weeks, in the next couple of weeks, to give you the layout of what those work orders, specific work orders are. We will be addressing those, whether it be from a security standpoint. Some of those are like door related that has a maintenance component to that. We've already connected with the operations team in order to start focusing on that. So that is in the mix. Then we are going to start addressing those particular items by the end of the month.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I just follow up on his question on that? We heard during the testimony some concern about safety at the elementary schools. Can you just talk a little bit about the enhancements or what changes we're making at the elementary school level? Because I know that's been a concern for several years.
Yes, the one of the main concerns that I've been hearing about is us not having ACS card readers at many of the doors particularly like doors that might lead out to the rear of the buildings, like in the playground areas where people are outside.
Yes.
So that is the priority that we're going to, so that people are not having to put something in the door to keep the door open in case people we have to move the children inside the building due to an emergency instead of having to go around and really other logistical problems. So those are going to be some of the main concerns that we are addressing.
Okay, but we also added, I thought, some rovers to go through now the elementary schools also?
Yes, those positions are being addressed. Rovers are checking in with our elementary schools. Those specialists are already in place.
And how many of those is it?
I don't know the numbers specifically, but I will get those to you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Yang.
Yes, thank you so much. It's very exciting first few weeks. My colleagues and Dr. Taylor and I, we all went to a lot of schools. And so one of the things I know things are going well is that I receive less email in my inbox. So thank you all for your hard work. And always good to see our school staff. So Ms. Collins and Ms. Taylor, thank you for coming in. I've been to your school a few times. When you say community and school connections, what make a great school, that really resonate with me. I went to your family market. I went to your safety bus route celebration. So thank you for your hard work. It's amazing you surpass your goal for your literacy. Okay, what I heard today is a few things I want to talk about. Dr. Moran, you emphasize standardization of a lot of practices. One of the things I want to get clarification is that behavior module. Is it asynchronous, or is it something that students just watch on their own, or is it supposed to be a facilitated conversation in the classroom? Is that how? What is the practice in our schools?
You talking relative to the code of conduct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the code of conduct, and this is our first year doing this. As you know from previous years, we used to send the code of conduct home and provide an incentive for students to return it signed. What that looked like in terms of them going through it or them going through with their parent, varied. The standardization component is that everyone has received exactly the same information on the code of conduct and the expectations for character. And I do want to say, and I've heard Dr. Taylor talk about this as well, we need to elevate the expectations for student conduct. We need to elevate the expectations for the character that we expect to see our students demonstrate, our staff demonstrate, and then model that also ourselves as leaders. I think this was a great first step in doing that and standardizing what we expect. It went through the specifics of the code of conduct. It went through the specifics of the levels of consequences that are associated with certain behaviors or choices that students make at the school. It also provided the opportunity for students to engage in a discussion at the completion of the module with the staff member or teacher that was facilitating the advisory period at that. I do want to say I don't think that this is a one and done. I think this is one of those things that we return to throughout the year to have further conversations about it. As we know, you set an expectation, and as time goes on, people sometimes forget or need a reminder of that expectation. So again, I think this is a starting point for how we communicate this. It was accessible for parents at home. Wasn't required for them to watch it, but they do have access to be able to watch it, what their students previewed at school.
So I have heard a few feedbacks from our students. Some just, when they were asked, they said, oh, maybe that's what it was. It seems like they have a video and they saw something and that was it. Others maybe have conversations. So I'm just not sure how consistent we are across the system. And also to your point, this is one time thing. I think, like, for example, the second semester coming back or anytime we have a long break or throughout the year might be good time to refresh everyone. Now, in terms of standardization, I also want to understand a little bit about our ID program. That seems to be an enhancement we are doing with our schools. What I have heard is some schools, like when we were at Churchill High School, everyone was wearing it, both staff and students. But a few feedback I have heard is some schools, maybe the rollout is later. They don't seem to be in full swing. And some school students ask, is this an expectation for both students and teachers? And there are some questions about consequences. So if I don't wear, so what's next? What's our expectation really about the ID program?
So, so first off, I want to just make sure that the expectation that was communicated to all of our high school principals was full implementation by November 15th.
November 15th.
So you are going to see schools at different places. We have schools that have implemented the ID program last year, have served as models and provided other principals with, guidelines and strategies that they've utilized to implement. So that's what the expectation is. There are some schools where we are working with them around their operational procedures when students enter the building. The expectation is that staff and students are exhibiting their IDs at all times. The consequence piece is one that I think we need to have a further discussion around. There is of course, the conversation component that is happening. We do have the ability to print out a sticker ID, which some of our schools are doing, but we really want to get to a place where we are reestablishing just a habit of that's the way that we conduct ourselves within Montgomery County Public Schools. I will say to your question about staff, as all staff members here, when we're going into schools, we need to make sure that we're modeling what we're communicating to our students. Our kids are always watching us, and if we're expecting them to do something, then we should be modeling that for them, or it's not going to work.
Right, and then my question will be about replacement ID. We all know that students and staff sometimes might lose their ID. Is there a cost associated with it, or we are offering replacement ID for both staff and student?
So this is where we're getting into kind of trying to work out some of the challenges to this. So the printers that actually print student IDs are a cost that the school has had to endure or take on. So at this time, and that's why also I think going through a period of time and trying to get feedback from everyone to standardize and implement on the 15th in a consistent way across all the schools is critical. At this time, we're not charging students, for IDs. We've been reprinting where possible, and then also utilizing what the system I was discussing, where you provide them with a sticker ID that doesn't cost any money, and you can print out. So there's certainly work to be done to get to a place on November 15th where we are consistent across all of our high schools.
So I look forward to your more comprehensive details to the plan after November 15th then.
So, Ms. Yang, I think it's important to also illuminate, why on earth are we doing this? Why is this important, and why is this a safety measure in the first place? Well, beyond creating a sense of identity linked to schools, which is a positive thing, for sure, we do occasionally have people that come on campus that don't belong there. And this is a mechanism in which to identify visitors who need to get a pass of sorts or some kind of identification in the main office if they are visiting our school legitimately, and those that are not visiting our schools legitimately, we are clearly communicating with them that you need some sort of identification to be there.
Yes, absolutely. Now, I also have questions about the diversity of hire for our human resources. I have a clarification on the slide 5. I want to know whether that 43 culture exchange teachers data are calculated into our Asian American teacher percentage.
Yes.
I would like to disagree with that practice. Asian Americans, they are Americans, number one. I think our culture exchange teachers are international population, so I don't think they should be calculated into Asian American workforce. Number two, I really am excited to see on slide 6 the diversity of administrator hires. I see a significant increase of some subpopulation, but I still want to point out there's only 2.5% Asian American administrators and 11.5% Hispanic administrators in our system. And I just want us to be aware of this number. And I hope we can do better in training and cultivating future leaders, diverse leaders. Thank you.
Okay, I have just a couple of questions. One for you, Mr. Jones. You mentioned that the number of, I think it was the way you referred to it as fights during the first 2 weeks was down. I wanted to know what we did to bring down that number. What seemed to work?
I don't know if we should take credit for numbers of fights being down. I only can go by what's been reported out, and based upon internally what we know incident-wise, we've not had a significant amount of conflict that I've been seeing across the system. So I think that's a good start. That I think that again, what's happening in our schools, maybe the themes of what's being discussed is having some impact. But generally, I'm not seeing any reports of incidents that are coming across in the serious incident notifications to us that gives me any pause to believe that we're having a large number of disturbances from that perspective.
Okay, and I heard the team talk about consequences for infractions, let's say. One of the things I'm concerned about is that we don't take the opportunity in these situations to use this as a deterrent. So what I'm trying to say is that I believe that our discipline is lacking in some way, shape, or form. And I say that as a concerned Black woman because usually it's our kids that are being disciplined. But I do believe that we're going to have to think about and look at what the levels are and what is being applied for a certain infraction, because we don't have a system that convinces kids if something goes down, there's going to be real consequences. So the other thing is I wanted to congratulate you, Liz, on Wheaton Woods. I was very impressed. You mentioned English language learners and the numbers having gone up tremendously. That was in the Dibbles assessment, K through 2. Okay, I heard what you did there. This is my question. I know you're predominantly Hispanic school. What's your percentage of Black students there?
We only have about 10%, more like 18%. So it's about 72% Hispanic, 18%. And when you say Black, it's mostly Ethiopian, Eritrean.
Everybody else, yeah. But what I'm trying to understand is, did what you did for the Hispanic students work for the Black students also? Because you didn't mention that, if so.
Great question. So the focus of our school improvement plan are our Hispanic students. However, in our emergent language development, ELD practices, it's implemented across the classroom. It's not just for Hispanic students. And so the influence of those effective practices influences all kids and their outcomes.
Okay, I can understand why you set that as a goal, but it seems to me that the goal is to raise everybody up, so you ought to have a goal for each group so that you can monitor and make sure that if one group is moving, you know what's going on with that group, that you might be able to apply to the next group to ensure that they're moving also.
Duly noted, we are hyper-focused in one aspect of rigor and enrichment. So our gifted and talented percentage is down. We're only at 6%. And so our focus at the second and third grade level is to expose our students, not just second and third, because we have a primary talent development coach that exists at Title I schools. So we're using her critically to build the skill set of teachers and expose our students to enrichment and rigor. And when we talk about planning, when we are in planning, we discuss opportunities for rigor and enrichment. How can we take this instruction at the grade level standard and offer enrichment rigor so the students who are ready to do more have the opportunity to do more?
Okay, I also take this as my opportunity to say I don't believe I received the breakdown by school that I asked for, the demographic breakdown for the results from the MCAP test. I don't think I received it. I know.
I think it's on
You asked that on the last meeting?
I looked. I asked for it all the time, the breakdown by school. But I asked for it. Grace also asked for it. I don't recall seeing it.
Okay, maybe Ms. Van Dyke, we don't have it, or?
Oh, did you?
Not yet.
Did you just post it? Because I know I looked
For
yesterday.
today, we have MAP and DIBELS, but
Right.
school breakdowns, but we don't have MCAP. And I think Ms. Van Dyke says it has not arrived yet.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Yes.
I didn't want to miss an opportunity because I think it's important that when the decrease that we were talking about from 18 incidents that resulted in suspension to 2. I don't think something like that just happens by chance, and I want to take an opportunity to recognize specifically our high school principals, and I'll use Brittany Love Campbell at Gaithersburg High School as an example. We have intentionally made it a point to share safety plans across high schools. That the person you're going to learn from the best is your colleague around something that they're implementing, and we've made that a practice. And I want to there's one word I think that has been a result of why you saw that decrease, and it's presence. There's been a large presence in the hallways where our principals have gotten buy-in from their staff to be a presence in the building, a presence in the hallways, to be interacting with students, having conversations. And Ms. Wolf, to the question about elementary schools, I will tell you the model for presence around safety and security is in our elementary schools. The teachers in elementary schools view themselves as taking ownership and responsibility for the safety and security of their building. If you walk in elementary school in the morning, you will see the same person at the same spot every single day. So it's really a matter of just habits, and I think they're being implemented, and that's why I think we saw a 16, decrease from the previous year.
And just to follow up, I think in a previous meeting, you said that you are encouraging school personnel to report. This is not an under-reporting issue. You want to know what's happening in the schools. So this is, I can hear people in the audience saying, oh, well, that's because they're not reporting it, or they're not suspending kids because there's no consequences. So you have told us that you have told school leaders that they should be reporting all incidents.
That's correct, and I would just piggyback on that for the fact that, again, having gone around myself over the past 2.5 weeks, and I know it's a very small window, I know I'm new to the system, but I'm having conversations with more than just the principal. I'm having conversations with our security assistants and other personnel, and asking them about, how things are going and conflicts and those things and of that nature, as well as my security team. And we're not getting any intel that suggests that there is underreporting.
Thank you. Ms. Harris.
I think Shevra was first.
Okay, Mrs. Evans.
Thank you. So I appreciated hearing from Ms. Collins and Ms. Taylor. And I was going to say, Ms. Collins, I'm not surprised if everyone is engaged and coming and being supportive of Wheaton Woods, because your voice is so calming and welcoming. My goodness, I was sitting here listening to you, but I've heard you talk before, and this is how you sound all the time. I just wanted to say that. And so the question that I was going to ask of you, I heard you use a lot of words: plan, teach, evaluate, listen, learn, educate. You also said a cycle for a teacher for learning. Like, I know I might not have got that correctly. I was trying to write real fast. You talked about, I want you to explain that a little bit more, just because of what you said is working, or that percentage increase. And then I also wanted to ask you another question. Were you one of the schools that had access to Amplify early, or did you? You weren't one of the first schools, like in that pilot?
No.
Okay. That's good to know.
So reciprocal cycle of learning. So part of the asset-based versus deficit-based thinking model, what we are doing is teachers are not the only role models for teaching. So we believe that our students teach us as well. Our families teach us as well. And so it becomes reciprocal. There is an exchange between our families, between our staff, and not just teachers. Our building service, our para support, our other support, academic support teachers, homeschool model teachers, English language development teachers, our specialists. We're all in a reciprocal cycle of teaching and learning where there's an exchange, and we take what we don't know from our families and students, and we use that to influence our instruction on a daily basis. So then our kids feel more valued, our families feel more valued, everybody feels more valued, and they recognize that we're listening to them.
Very good. Go ahead, Ms. Taylor. Did you want to comment?
I did want to add one thing. You asked the question if we had access to Amplify early. We did not, but at Wheaton Woods, they have been engaged in the science of reading actually for quite a while. Okay. We were OG school, which relates back to structured literacy, and then we moved to other programs. So they have been engaged for quite a while. So they are rooted and grounded in the foundation of science of reading. Thank you.
All right. And then I heard you mention AIM. They're a really great partner, and I'm sure that really helps our families feel a lot more valued to be able to advocate on behalf of their students. Go ahead.
If I can add to the AIM, Action in Montgomery, they are critical stakeholders in teaching our families how to use their voice. Many of our families believe, I don't want any trouble. Mm-hmm. And so they don't recognize the power of their existence, their voice, and speaking from their lived experience, not just in our community, not just in Montgomery County, not just in Maryland, but in America. That's important to us.
Yes.
And so when we do steering committees and our families are engaged, when we do our parent coffees and our families are engaged, when we do PTA and our families engaged. Matter of fact, we just had one of our parents, Mr. Medrano, he presented at our staff meeting about the importance of parent engagement. He was powerful. He's everywhere. He says, Ms. Collins, you're everywhere. No, he's everywhere. And so it just shows the importance of working collaboratively, collectively, in a communal manner, and what we can do as a whole team.
Okay, very good. You know, I can't remember how long Principal Harris was there, but considering the community was so used to him, and they had you there as the assistant principal, that with that transition, that a beat has not been missed. So I do appreciate your leadership. And I do watch you on Twitter.
I appreciate
or
that.
X, whatever it's called. And then I wanted to give a shout out to transportation and to food and nutrition. They do so much all throughout the year, but in the beginning of the year is really important. I had a quick question. So when Dr. Taylor and I visited Argyle Middle School, we happened upon a class that had a lot to share in terms of the lunches. And they gave Dr. Taylor was really good at steering them towards the positive first before they dove right into what they didn't like. But one thing that we learned while we were there is that the very next day was going to be back to school night. So so Principal Allridge shared with them that they were going to have an opportunity to do some taste testing. And it seemed as though some people were not going to show up to back to school night, but when they found out that they were going to be able to taste test, they were all in to show up. So I didn't know if that was a request of the principal or that's something that we're doing, but that could be a big draw for students and families to have the ability to speak and see the foods that we're going to, have in our school buildings, and to provide them with a voice to say, I like this, let's do that, and let's stay away from this. And then to learn about, Dr. Taylor was real good when he said, okay, so some of the things we have to, we're beholden to, like, maintaining the nutritional standards, right? So I don't know if everybody knows that, and sometimes when you're trying to be healthy, it may not taste as well as we would like, but we try to insert and throw in some good stuff. But so if you can respond to that.
Sure, just very quickly, and thank you for that, because when you take to scale the number of meals that we serve, of course, you're going to have some variance. So phase one last year, one of the critical parts we did was really looking at menu offerings. And one of the key pieces that we did is we talked about reimagining back to school night. We brought in food for families as well as children to sample at back to school nights that we are continuing this year. We got feedback during that process as well. And that was a pull. It's not a full meal, but it is a sample. We do the salads, we do different things that have been on the menu, the brand new things. This year, we're kind of really solid, and our last student member of the board was extremely walked close with us on that. Our second year this year, Mr. Savannah has already been out to our central production facility, and so we talked yesterday, and we have our new offerings. We'll continue to focus on those, but it's the robust flavors. And so we do have guidelines that we have to stick to in terms of the amount of salt and different things that can be within each of the pieces of food. However, we are looking at how we involve different samplings. You had some chutney while you were there, and we hired an executive chef this year. So we're really trying to level up in different ways, recognizing the different cultural backgrounds of our students, as well as what you experience when you go out to eat. And as Dr. Taylor has shared with me, he said, we really actually run the largest restaurant in Montgomery County. And so with that, we do have our customers, and we continue to do that. So it's been fun. I want to highlight Liz and her team for really kind of taking it to the community, going past students, really understanding and having families have that experience their children had. And so we are working on, I think, the part that you bring up around what does it taste like at every school? That is kind of the phase 3 component, because there's so many different things that happen in a cafeteria that aren't all the time the cooking. It could be the display, it could be the organization within the cafeteria. That's the part we have to really get into.
Sure. And then for our Title I schools, we get that funding, or I shouldn't say Title I schools, but for our cafeteria, we get the funding based on the number of students that are actually purchasing the meal. Am I getting that wrong? I thought that the more we would, and I'm going back to when Sydney was in elementary school and she's a senior in college, but I remember our cafeteria manager, Ms. Tiberi, who is still at Harmony Hills, would say, Shebra, quit packing. Like, I want you to buy the lunch for your daughter so that we can get that credit. Am I getting that
So
wrong?
we're an enterprise fund, and I think that's the component in terms of all the funds that we bring in kind of maintain the self-sufficiency of the entire school meals program.
And so the whole point of me saying that, the more we can be creative at how we allow our students and families at, just creative or after school hours to be able to taste test, we might be able, there was a student I saw one day, and I was asking her how was her first week of school, and she said it was great. I said, well, how was the food? And she goes, I pack. I said, well, how can we change that? You should taste some of our food and let us know and give us feedback. But I think it also would help some of our students to be able to access more of our lunches if they knew in advance what it's gonna be
Absolutely, and I
like.
say this publicly, and I'll get many emails, and that's okay. We welcome student opportunities, so email us, and we will definitely involve you.
Okay. And then we did have Victoria Hill that came and made comments today around guns and safety, and I know that we're doing all that we can, but I do know that when we are able to come back to the table to talk about how we've made certain that everybody's plan is safe and solid, I think it will definitely ease a lot of parents, right? I no longer have kids in the school system, but it does not mean that I don't care and I don't want people to feel safe. And I want people to know that when we say that we're doing all we can, they actually really believe it, because sometimes they don't, right? People are working hard, but the more we can come back and talk about safety and security, I think the more it will give parents relief, particularly because of what's happening across the country. And, it's just a lot going on. So I just wanted to state that and say happy school year, and thanks for doing all that we do. And there's definitely more that we can do, that we should do. So that's it for me.
Thank you. Mr. Savannah?
Yeah, so I just wanted to circle back to the meals component for a second. I had the pleasure of touring DFNS, and I was so impressed by what I saw there, the scale of the operations, the quality of the food. And so I've said this multiple times, but I'm vegetarian, so I don't often eat school lunches. And so after touring DFNS, I was really, really impressed with the selections. I got to sample some food there as well. And I was really excited for the school year and excited to partner with them to make sure that students understand, there's progress being made here, and school meals are continuing to get better and better every single year. And they're open to hearing feedback as I learn very well.
Ms. Harris?
Yeah, on the food, I'll just say next week I'm doing Shadow Days. So on Monday I'm going to be an RM Rocket. On Tuesday I'm going to be a Blair Blazer. On Wednesday I'm going to be a Shady Grove Timberwolf. And on Friday I'm going to be a Seneca Valley Eagle, and I get to go to the homecoming pep rally. But I will be in those lunchrooms, and I will get back to you on my experience in each. Like Mr. Savannah, I'm a vegetarian, so I will share my experience with you. I wanted to get back. We mentioned it a little bit earlier. Several of us have actually. We heard from Ms. Victoria Hill during public comment today. We also heard from her in June. I do appreciate when very highly knowledgeable members of our community come and speak to us and share their wisdom. And I think that she was quite clear. And I mean, somebody that just tuned in to her testimony only during this board meeting today and has an elementary school student is going to be terrified. And so I hope that we will very soon, when we report back as to the work that we have been doing to assess safety and security issues in all of our schools, we are crystal clear in telling people the schools that we have been assessed, the metrics that we've used, and what we are doing to make sure that we are rolling out whatever security upgrades each school needs, each school being different. But we're very clear, and I know that there are some things that we may not want to share overly publicly because we don't want to give people an opportunity to exploit any vulnerabilities. But I do think we want to reassure the people in our community. And be very, very clear about what we're doing instead of making sort of bland, generic statements about we're evaluating and we're doing what we can to make schools safer, but to be more specific. And I was in a bunch of schools the first 2 weeks of school, and I did just want to echo a very clear theme that I heard in every one of those schools, just having sidebar candid conversations with school leaders. And that was how incredibly well supported they feel this year. And that is a difference. To a principal, they expressed how well supported they are by their director, by their associate superintendent. They so appreciated the central office ambassadors that were out. And it is a stark contrast to, I think, the way they were supported in previous years. And I just want to appreciate the schools team for that work because it's palpable. It is palpable. I felt such great energy in every single school that I was in, elementary, middle, high. And that's not a coincidence. That's the work. That's the result of very intentional work, and I very deeply appreciate it. And one of the things that I did want to, we've seen it in several of the schools that we're in. We build beautiful schools in Montgomery County. We build beautiful schools. So if you go into Odessa Shannon Middle School, you go into Wheaton High School, you go into Seneca Valley High School, or Harriet Tubman Elementary School, Kevin Branch Elementary School, Stonegate Elementary School, absolutely stunningly beautiful schools. That's not the experience of all of our students. Then you walk into to Greencastle Elementary or Silver Spring International Middle School, and you see the experience of those schools and communities. And I just appreciate the way we are trying to be very, very focused on the fact that we don't want those principals talking about their facilities. We want those principals talking about instruction. And so what we are doing to support the facility challenges of those schools so that it's not what takes up all the oxygen whenever a principal goes to a PTA meeting or back to school night. And so I really appreciate that focus because the contrast is real and it's an equity issue. And so the fact that we are paying much more attention to that also makes a difference. I was at Greencastle again yesterday, and Ms. Dean, the principal, the new incredibly energetic breath of fresh air, blowing the doors off the place principal there, expressed very, very concretely her appreciation for, after your visit and my visit, they had facilities team come and did a walkthrough and everything that had been identified and everything the staff had identified and came up with a very concrete list. And the staff saw it too, and they feel seen. And so, and that matters too, because when you make the staff feel like they're seen, they're valued, we want to make schools a place that people want to be. And we want to make MCPS a place that people want to work in. So very much appreciate that. Anyway, just wanted to say thank you for all of the work. And again, kudos to the transportation team because it's a big lift. Northwood at Woodward is a big lift. And yes, the first day was chaotic. But boy, the second day, and then, I mean, you guys, knocked that out of the park. And the community, I'm hearing, that's my community, they're very grateful.
Okay, we are now behind schedule, but this is good because this is a very important conversation and we have not heard from Ms. Rivera Oven yet, so.
I'll be brief because I just have a couple of things. One, before I forget, in the DIBELS assessment that you sent us, Dr. Taylor, I thought the other one did have demographics, but the DIBELS one did not. So it will be helpful because some schools had, advancements on the reading, but we don't know what group of kids actually advanced in reading. So if we could have that would be extremely helpful. I do want to say thank you to the staff, to the teachers, to everyone who made the first couple of weeks of school so great. I had the pleasure of visiting quite a few of them with you, Dr. Taylor, and on my own. I do want to highlight a couple of things when it comes to security. I'm so glad to hear about the ACS cards in elementary schools, and I don't know how we're going to be evaluating them, but there are some schools that have much more vulnerabilities because of where they are geographically and surrounded by shopping centers or other things that I hope that is taken into account to kind of put them in different kind of priorities and categories. And there's also a lot of things going on right outside the school that also makes them very vulnerable as well. So I hope that and I think with Mr. Jones driving that bus, I think that's gonna happen. I do want to say also that when I was at Seneca Valley for the first day of school, they have a group that I hope we can duplicate and triplicate in other high schools, and it's called the Dads on Duty. And this is. Let me just tell you what this does to, and I saw it firsthand as young people were coming into that building. These dads knew them. And this young man, he just put in a couple of words. He said, I appreciate you saying good morning to me. Right? So you think about all the young people that get up sometimes to empty homes because their parents have to get up so early to go to work on their first day of school, and they're the the adult who then puts the other siblings on the bus or whatever. But just the fact that there's another adult looking at them and saying, good morning, have a great first day of school. You could see like these kids were coming, walking like this, and suddenly they put their head up and they're happy and engaging. What a difference that makes. So I would like us to actually have a look at Dads on Duty. And to see if we can actually implement them in other schools. I talked to Principal Hernandez about it. He absolutely, hands down, loves it. They were also, when they had the back to school, which they did it very non-traditionally at Seneca Valley, it was fun. I have been a parent, I have been a student at MCPS. I do not remember having so much fun at a back to school night. And it was packed. That's a big parking lot, and it was packed. And it was so great to see the engagement of the community and the teachers and the staff, and just other community members and so on. So that was also great to see. But I still have a couple concerns with transportation and pedestrian safety. So one of my concerns with pedestrian safety in our students is the open lunches in certain schools. And how we are dealing with that. We had a couple close calls of young people crossing. They're young people. Sometimes they do not use the best judgment, right? And this is where we as adults need to kind of think ahead. And there's a couple of areas, especially in DeKalb County, that concern me with main roads and open lunches that I would like us to kind of look at and see how we can tackle those issues. I understand that a lot of schools, especially high schools, because of space, right? They allow open lunches, but there needs to be, I think, a better way of handling that, especially when kids come back from lunch. How we are doing the vetting and how we are doing all that, because I think that is problematic. And then with transportation, and I spoke to Dr. Taylor about this, transportation with the issue of our pre-K population, especially now that we're going to be looking into going into making pre-K all day. The pre-K transportation with the general transportation, they're different, right? There's different ways. So a lot of the issues that I'm seeing are with parents whose child gets into pre-K, but not into their school pre-K. And then they have to provide transportation. That gets very problematic because there's a lot of parents who do not take that because they have to go to work or they have other kids in 3 different schools. So then guess what? The kid doesn't go to pre-K. To me, that is an equity issue that we need to also look at and see how we can tackle that, and this is a good time to start looking at it as we start talking about budgeting and line items for the future. But everything else, I have to tell you that we went to 2 schools and they were doing the math, Weston Elementary, and it was incredible what they were doing. And then we went to South Lake and it was being implemented exactly the same way. And that was just like, it was great. It was absolutely great to see. And I think this is what we want to see more of. And kudos to the team and to everybody who made the first 2 weeks safe and fun for our young kids.
Mr. Savannah, quickly.
Yes, so earlier you had mentioned that there was a decrease in the number of serious incidents in the first week of this school year compared to last year. Is that correct?
Yes, Dr. Moran provided that information. That's correct, yes.
Thank you. So I guess my question related to, I think earlier this year in an earlier board meeting, we were told about the overall serious incident notifications from last year. And then one of my questions at that point was, and as you had explained at the time, that serious incidents only really reports only really resulted when there was, substantial damage as to like a hospital's sentence or something like that, correct?
That's correct.
For the assaults.
Sorry, what?
For the assaults. Right, for the assault category. That's what we're speaking of.
Yeah.
About how they were categorized.
Got it, yeah.
Right.
So I guess my question is, and it kind of was my question back then too, is there a way that we can categorize, different levels of school fighting that don't result in like hospital stays or anything like that? Or is there a process in place to start looking through things like that?
So yes, and so the data that I was citing was actually suspension data. In 2023, we had 18 suspensions that resulted from fighting the first week of school. This year, we had 2 suspensions that resulted from fighting the first week of school. So yes, there is a way to pull. So that would be an example of pulling data that is different from a serious incident that would result in bodily harm or the EMS needing to respond to a school when something like that occurs. So there absolutely is. Currently, right now, we are actually looking at upgrades that we can make to the collection of serious incident data and ensuring that it provides more specificity.
Got it. Thank you. And then my other question was as it relates to school IDs. I think you mentioned earlier about costs of replacing IDs. Can you just elaborate on that for a second? In terms of like, should it cost the student if they need to replace their ID, or like what's the general process around that?
So we haven't gotten into a standard practice of charging students for IDs. The cost is the need to have access to the printer that will actually print student IDs in the materials that's needed to do that. So clearly that's something we need to look at prior to November 15th to ensure that we have practices in place where we're considering the fiscal implications of this.
Got it. So right now it's like school by school, more so than a standardized central.
Yeah. So again, we've been fortunate to have Rockville High School, Richard Montgomery, and Walter Johnson as models who've been implementing this for more than 3 years. So we've been learning from those 3 schools, but that has been a concern that's been elevated by the high school principals is the cost of having to replace IDs. So that's something we're going to have to work on and certainly report back to the board as Ms. Yang had requested.
All right, got it. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to ask my final questions as a follow-up so we can move to the next agenda item. I'd like to hear about if and how you are monitoring the class size increase impact across our schools. You noted that the paraeducator vacancies are still high. They were high last year. So what are we doing? What are we going to do differently to make that number decrease? Because we desperately need them in the classroom. I know also with the bus driver shortages that we had in previous years, in some cases we extended bus routes so that we could make do with what we had. Just how has that changed now that our bus driver numbers have stabilized? Has that gone back to pre-crisis levels, or are we still experiencing longer routes because of staffing shortages? And my colleagues brought up the lunch funding. I know that in previous presentations, you all have shared that the money that we get from the federal government is also limits what we are able to put on our lunch trays and the quality of the food. So has that money increased? Everything's more expensive now. I hope the answer is yes, but just wanted to understand how the funding for the lunch money that we get from the feds has been adjusted to inflation. And just finally, thank you, thank you, thank you. It has been a fabulous start of the school year, all because of you. So thank you, everyone from transportation to HR that's done a fabulous job, our school-based staff, central office. So thank you very much. I greatly appreciate your hard work. Thank you. All right, we are now moving on to equally important presentation about our literacy performance, item number 8. And so I asked Dr. Taylor to get us started with that.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Last spring, the team shared the instructional priorities for literacy with the board. They include a priority focused on the implementation of the new elementary English language arts curriculum, Amplify Core Knowledge Language Arts, which is based on the science of reading. At the secondary level, the focus is on ensuring that all schools are implementing a school-wide literacy strategies that support students as they access complex text in all content areas. Today, we will share a high-level overview of student literacy performance as measured by the Dynamic Indicators of Basic Early Literacy Skills Assessment, also known as DIBELS, for grades K through 2, and the Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program for literacy in grades 3, 6, and 10. Please note that we will not share data for our students that are in our service groups, our reporting categories, EML, and students with disabilities today, as that information will be shared in detail and the strategies that correspond with those students in detail at an upcoming presentation next month in October. We are joined today by staff members from New Hampshire Estates Elementary School and Lakeland's Park Middle School, who will also share how professional learning and instructional resources that have been provided will have enhanced the learning experience in their schools. I now turn it over to Dr. Peggy Pugh, our Chief Academic Officer, to lead today's presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Silvestri, Mr. Dr. Taylor, Thomas, and board members. To help frame this discussion, because you did receive an awful lot of information, you had some background information on the measures of academic progress, which is the MAP test that we use here internally to monitor our progress. You also received the Dynamic Indicators of Basic Early Literacy Skills, or the DIBELS, breakdown by school. You did not receive that breakdown by racial and ethnicity, and that will be coming to you. You also received our Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program English Language Arts/literacy data by school, by demographic. So a lot of information came to you. You also have some attachments that are in this. It's important that you have all of this up front. We wanted you to have all of the data available to you and available to our public about how our students are doing. And as Dr. Taylor said, a whole sequence of series of deep discussions about our literacy and our mathematics this year. So different from what we've done before, where we've done multiple measures all in the same presentation. This year we're really honing in so that we all have a good understanding of where our students are. And so discussing where we are would be about at the end of last year, where those student grades are, and then coming back to do the same, and based on your feedback, to do the same information with mathematics. The next two presentations would be with our service groups in both the literacy and then mathematics. And then we come back to you in December with our real-time progress monitoring of how are we doing and using the measures of academic progress. So next slide, please. So the bottom line, overall, you'll see our students, and you have seen that our students have outperformed their peers in their state, and we have consistent percentages of students achieving proficiency. But like you, we're not satisfied with that for our students, and we do understand that it's important we all know where we're starting at the beginning of this year and what our true focus is going to be in order to accelerate our student performance. We believe that if we focus all of our energy, attention, and resources on the literacy priorities that are before you, that we will see improved student performance. It really does take, as you heard from the previous presentation, everyone understanding and knowing what they're looking for in a continuous feedback loop as you're implementing a new curriculum or a new strategy school-wide. We need to have the same professional learning. Our principals, directors, teachers, paras, and ourselves need to know what it is that we have purchased, which is a great high quality resource, and how to adjust based upon what the data are telling us. So the priorities that we've identified are responsive to the data that we're going to share, and you'll hear more about them from our English Language Arts supervisors who are actually leading that work. The school-based presenters today will share their stories about really what does this look like in schools and what their experience has been, including challenges that they have faced. Next slide, please. So the data, overall, we are aiming towards 3 overall goals. So the Maryland State Strategic Plan sets a goal each year in literacy. They use the measure or the Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program in literacy. And for the state, they actually came out, the state board came out this year and said, we want to set a goal for this school year, 24-25, that 52% of all students in grades 3 through 8 would be proficient. They also further set a second year goal that 57% of students would be proficient. And it's important for us as we're level setting to know that for Montgomery County Public Schools, last year, students who were in grades 3 through 8 exceeded the state's goal for this year at a 54.2%. We're not at the 57%, and we also believe we should aim higher. So the next measure that's there is in the Montgomery County Public Schools strategic plan goal, and that's part of a comprehensive set of measures, multiple measures, and the goal in that is 81.9% of students would meet evidence of learning last year, and we'll share some data about where we are in that process. And then just so that everybody has the same context, at the bottom, how are we measuring our progress? Last year, we spent the full year going into depth about each of these accountability measures in this pathway to college, career, and community readiness. Those indicators are still very relevant and very important for us, especially with the milestones of reading by grade 3 and meeting the state college and career readiness benchmark by grade 10, which includes passing the literacy assessment from the state. Today, the performance overview that we share is focused on end-of-year measures of literacy using the dynamic indicators of basic early literacy skills, and it's probably the last time I can say all of that, DIBELS, if we can agree that DIBELS is dynamic indicators of basic early literacy skills, and the Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Programs in English Language Arts and Literacy, or MCAP, as we have dubbed it in an acronym in MCPS and all over the state. So those are the assessments for all students, and it's important to know that we're talking about students who are seeking a diploma in Maryland. And while we know that our students are much more than a single measure, and we value having multiple measures, for the purpose of clarity, we're sharing these single data points in the board's priority grades for grades K, 3, 6, and because 9 doesn't have a state assessment, it will be grade 10 for literacy, in alignment with the board priorities. The ultimate goal this year is to see continued growth and improvement throughout the school year, as well as from year to year. Next slide, please. So the board's priority 1, the discussion today is in direct alignment with this priority and your commitment to accountability and improving student achievement in literacy. The basic premise is that every student has access to high quality instructional materials and resources, and their teachers have access to those high quality materials and resources as well, and that we are engaging in a cycle of continuous improvement. We are working towards very clear targets for students based upon where they are, so that involves regular monitoring and evaluation. And then how are we adjusting based upon ongoing feedback and performance? I was in Mrs. Barre's class, a kindergarten class, where I learned a whole lot in the first week and was able to come back and help. And people were she was very much trying to implement a new curriculum tentatively. She's been an experienced teacher. And I think we just need to be helpful and learn from one another. And she had legitimate questions about how to do this work and how to do this work well. So I'm excited about the conversation, about the ability to hear from our teachers and hear from our schools and from our supervisors as we work together to do a Herculean lift of an entire curriculum in an elementary level. So next slide, please. So here's the evidence of learning literacy data from last year. At the end of last school year, what you'll see here is how all of our MCPS students performed in literacy. So this is every grade, as measured by the Evidence of Learning Framework, which, if you remember, includes multiple measures. Those multiple measures include classroom, which is classroom grades in reading and writing, district, which includes assessments that are directly aligned to the curriculum, and the external measures, which are state or any other external measures. So the goal was that 81.9% of students meet evidence of learning, and of the 155,221 students, 69.5% met the goal, and disparities do persist between our white and Asian students' performance above 85% and our Black or African American and our Hispanic Latino students at 62% and 54% respectively. Next slide, please. Here you'll see the overview of literacy performance in each of the measures that we'll be speaking of today. And the highlight shows that the grade level in the left column, how we did 2 years ago in the 22-23 column, and then last year's data in 23-24. There are two assessments that we're talking about today. The first one is what kindergarten, and actually it's our K-2 students take the DIBELS assessment. And that's actually an assessment that helps us to identify students who may be at risk for not reading on grade level and address it based upon what the areas within that assessment guide us to working on. So it also gives teachers very specific information, and it's linked to our new resource, our new CKLA, which we'll talk more about with the supervisors. So they come in different measures: well below, below, at or above level. A student who is below or well below are students that data point tells us we need to do some work with. We need to do some intervening with well below and below students. What is exciting to notice is that in kindergarten, let's see. Oh, I'm going to go into that deeper in the next slide, so I won't give it all away. So the other measure that you see up there in grades 3, 6, and 10 is the MCAP, which is the achievement measure that's aligned to the grade level standards. And it measures the complex skills that basically reading, writing, and critical thinking. Student proficiency is reported for that on a 4-point scale, where you have beginning, developing, proficient, and distinguished. If you score at a 3 or a 4, proficient or distinguished, that is counted as meeting progress. Student proficiency in grade 3, fewer students met proficiency than the previous year. More 6th grade students met proficiency last year, and almost 6% more students met proficiency in grade 10. Next slide, and we'll talk a little bit about each one of those and what they mean. So across all grades, K-2, a higher percentage of students performed at or above the benchmark in the spring administration compared to the fall and winter. So this is one that we give 3 times a year. There's a fall, a winter, and a spring. Kindergarten students exhibited the most significant improvement, with 74.2% performing at or above benchmark, which is a 24.2% increase from the fall. While disparities do persist, it is important to note that our Hispanic Latino students showed the greatest gains throughout the year, with 12.6% more students at or above the benchmark, up from where they began at 34.8% at the beginning of the year. This important growth to ensure that our students are reading by grade 3, and as Ms. Silvestri pointed out, it demonstrates the positive impact, and our former presentation, the positive impact of the focus on the science of reading, which really tells us about how to teach reading. Next slide, please. While our students outperformed their state peers on the Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program in ELA and literacy, and 54.9% of grade 3 were proficient, this was a slight decrease of 2.7 percentage points compared to the cohort of students that was in grade 3 in 22-23. This is somewhat consistent with what we see across the state. There was a similar decrease of about 1.5 percentage points. But the gaps in performance across racial and ethnic groups continue to challenge the system and the state. I wanted to point out here at this level, and the data were in the memo, is that we have a large number of students who are not performing at a 3 or 4, but who are performing at that level 2, who were just 1 or 2 questions away from achieving proficiency on this assessment. An additional 1,608 students are within 1 to 3 correct answers on this. And if we moved those students to the proficiency rate with a little bit more help this year, that rate overall would increase to 69.5%. Next slide, please. In last year's 6th graders performed slightly higher than the previous cohort, increasing from 53.3% to 54.9% proficient. Our percentage of students meeting proficiency increased by 0.9, while the state dipped slightly by 0.3. As a consistent with the pattern seen in grade 3 and in grade, we note the gap in performance is greatest between our Asian students at 78.3% and our Hispanic Latino students at 30.7%. Interestingly, in the 6th grade, an additional 2,009 students, or 17.8%, were falling within that, needing 1 or 2 more correct answers on the assessment. And again, if you move those students, the proficiency rate increases to 65.5. They're close. They're very, very close. Next slide, please. Grade 10, literacy data, which is also part of the state accountability measures, where students are determined to be college and career ready. So it is an important measure for students. 61% of high school students who took the ELA 10 literacy assessment scored proficient, which is an increase of 5.9 percentage points from 22-23, when 55.1 scored proficient. The 10th grade scores showed the greatest increase in literacy performance from 23 to 24. And again, in this grade, an additional 1,962 students, or 15%, were within 1 or 2 questions. If we move those students, the proficiency rate in grade 10 would increase to a 76.1%. At this time, I'll turn the presentation over to Ms. Jacqueline Lightsey, Supervisor of Secondary English Language Arts, to begin the discussion about our response to these data.
Thank you, Dr. Pugh. Good afternoon. So what you see on the next slide, if you would please advance, thank you, is a snapshot of our pre-K to 12 comprehensive literacy plan, which addresses the current gaps in our literacy performance through 5 pillars. So these pillars include strong foundational skills in our early learners, access to a high-quality curriculum, including diverse and inclusive texts, at the secondary level, literacy instruction across the content areas, and then a strategic use of data and progress monitoring. While these pillars are going to be really at the core of our work for the next several years, we've narrowed down to 1 priority area per level for this current school year. So at the elementary level, our focus will be on successful implementation of our new English Language Arts curriculum, Amplified Core Knowledge Language Arts, which you'll hear more about momentarily. And then at the secondary level, our focus is elevating literacy instruction across the content areas and really reinforcing students' literacy skills across their school day as supported by research. Our school-wide literacy approach really centers on a lesson routine that helps students to unpack those complex texts that they read across their day in science and social studies in all of their courses. And this lesson routine includes building essential vocabulary to access a text. It helps them build that background knowledge to access the text, and then it gives them a routine to help break a text into parts to make sure that they're understanding the main idea of the text. So for this, leaders and our teachers were provided with numerous resources to help them start to implement these practices, such as criteria for success checklists, sample lessons, modeling videos, graphic organizers, and additional resources. And so during our professional learning this year with our leaders, what we're going to focus on is how do we now monitor? We've provided professional learning, we've provided resources. How are we coaching our teachers and helping them to implement and grow and become proficient in using these strategies so that we know what's working and we can continue to refine our practices? So we'll come back to this in a few moments, but at this time, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Malika Brown, Supervisor of Elementary English Language Arts, to highlight our area of focus for elementary.
Good afternoon, Ms. Silvestri and Dr. Taylor and members of the board. If we can go to the next slide. So I'm going to take us back to March 19th of last school year when the board approved the adoption of Amplified Core Literacy, Core Knowledge Language Arts, sorry. Can we do just like Dibble CKLA, is that okay? And the reason why we moved to adopt CKLA after a very rigorous and robust evaluation and selection process is because, and you've heard, Ms. Taylor shared from Wheaton Woods, it's alignment to the research. That science of reading research tells us how the brain works, how we learn to read and write, and the instruction that's needed in order to develop skilled readers. And so there are two critical components around that. Word recognition, it's essentially our sound-letter relationship, is decoding, and then the language comprehension piece, where it's building that background knowledge, developing content, and building content as well as vocabulary. And so both of those pieces are essential in order to develop skilled readers and have strong reading comprehension. And so our new curriculum is grounded in that. It is completely aligned with the research. It has a very strong skills piece, which focuses on the word recognition, and an incredibly strong piece for language comprehension, where students are building intentional knowledge around specific topics. And our goal is to continue to develop skilled readers as they move through the elementary years. I'm going to turn it back over.
So shifting back, if we would go to the next slide, please. To secondary for a moment, we just wanted to share some of the rationale behind why we're doing a school-wide literacy focus for secondary, our why behind this work. So first, we know that many of our secondary students really do struggle with reading the informational text that they're asked to read in their content area classes, the newspaper articles, the journal articles, the textbook chapters, and things of that nature. Because on the whole, when students are in elementary school, they generally experience a higher proportion of narrative text to informational text. And now we know that that's going to be shifting a bit with our new elementary curriculum. And so the percentage, though, currently flips for them once they enter secondary school, and they're being asked to read a lot more informational text. And even if students have had adequate reading instruction in elementary school, reading informational text is a different skill set. And it can be challenging for a lot of our students because of the specialized vocabulary, the more complex sentence structure. These types of texts are not written for enjoyment, right? So it's a whole different skill set. And so with that, students then also have to layer on top that they might not be familiar with the information in the text. They may not have that background knowledge. So all of those factors combine to affect reading comprehension. And so it's really essential that we're thinking about this in terms of our content area classes, because they're not just reading those texts for the sake of reading. They're reading those texts to actually learn the content in those areas. So they have to be able to build those skills. And then if we think about our state assessments, in particular our science and our social studies state assessments, those are filled with complex text that students then have to independently read and synthesize to be able to respond. And so traditionally, though, even though they're reading these types of texts across their school day, we traditionally only teach the literacy skills in ELA. And so that's what we're shifting, that we're all teachers of literacy and that we all own this work. And the approach that we're taking is really to increase that dosage of literacy instruction across the school day. It helps students take the skills that they might have previously only learned in ELA and generalize them across their day and hear the same language from their teachers and apply the same routines to those challenging texts to build their skill set. This approach, as I mentioned, is supported by ample research. It's one of the recommendations from the Institute for Education Sciences. And it has been proven to support our emergent multilingual learners, students receiving special education services, in not only reading comprehension, but also in content knowledge. And so we really feel strongly that this approach is important for our students to have their eyes on that grade level text throughout their school day. Next slide, please.
So knowing that our focus and one of our priorities for this school year is around the successful implementation of the new elementary English language arts curriculum, we've done a lot of work to ensure that we have a really strong foundation. In the spring, after the initial adoption, we planned and provided professional learning for our administrators and core teams, including principals, assistant principals, as well as staff development teachers and reading specialists, because we wanted to ensure that they have that initial learning around what they will be implementing during this school year. In addition to that, we offered and provided professional learning for all elementary teachers. And so there were about 4,219 elementary educators that participated in summer training. There was a variety because we wanted to differentiate the learning for our school-based staff. And Dr. Taylor, he came by Quince Orchard. Basically, I lived at Quince Orchard this summer. And so we were able to offer 2 days of professional learning for our K-2 teachers or teachers supporting K-2. And the learning was designed both around the program structure. They engaged in planning as well as providing additional supports, utilizing the curriculum resources to meet the differentiated needs of students. There was also our 3 to 5 teachers or teachers who supports grade 3 to 5. They also engage in 2 days of learning, very similar around the program design and structure, planning, as well as meeting the differentiated needs of students. Our ELD teachers, or English Language Development teachers, they participated in a separate 2 days. Their 2 days, day one, focused on the full K-5 design and structure of the curriculum, and then they engage in learning around Language Studio, which is a designated component to support language development. And then they also had a half day understanding the new planning structure and being able to dig into the curriculum and program. All of our pre-K and Head Start teachers, as well as our parent coordinators that support pre-K and Head Start, they had the opportunity to engage in a day of professional learning, again, around the program structure and design. Administrators, they participated in those trainings as well. Reading specialists and staff development teachers also attended, and we had folks from across central office who also participated in the training. The feedback was great. We had about 96% of those that completed the training say that they were ready to take the next steps around curriculum implementation. In addition to the curriculum-based training, all of our reading specialists, they had 1 day of training to support planning. You heard Ms. Taylor, she spoke about it, and how we are ensuring that teachers are planning with consistency to reduce the variance that may exist. When we go into schools and classrooms, we want to be able to see that the work that they are doing, yes, it's differentiated, but it's following a clear structure. And so that's where the planning came in. So all of our reading specialists went through the set of protocols that we created, differentiated protocols, so that they know how to lead and support their teachers during those planning meetings that happen collaboratively from week to week.
Can I ask a quick clarifying question?
Yes.
Sorry, my voice sounded very loud. So the summer professional development for the K-2 teachers and the grades 3-5 teachers and the reading specialist, was that mandatory?
It was required training.
Required. And then for our pre-K Head Start, it was optional?
Nope, also required.
Okay.
Yes.
But it was less, it was a day?
Theirs was a day. Okay. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just follow up on that? Did everyone meet that requirement?
I don't have the exact percentage, but I think we hit 99% of our teachers that attended, if I'm not, or relatively close. This was probably the highest attended and completed training that we've had.
So if it's mandatory, why isn't it 100%?
Well, there are a variety.
I mean, they could be on leave, I understand that, but you have reasons that
Absolutely.
that are acceptable.
So we have educators that were hired after training, and so that's a reason why they may not have attended, and we actually offered makeup trainings this week for those folks that weren't able to attend. We had folks that are on leave, and they've returned from leave after training, and then there's, additional circumstances that may exist for an educator that they're not available to attend during the summer. It's a great question.
And my question was just this. So you said that they only have 1 day of training. How much time do they have to plan before they're getting back with?
So they had 1 day of training this summer.
Right.
The pre-K teachers, all other teachers had 2 days of training.
2 days.
Yes, and they've had access to the curriculum since the adoption. virtual access. They had digital access since we adopted back in March. And so when during pre-service, and so I really appreciate that question because now it reminded me of where I was. During pre-service, the reading specialists, they utilized the protocols that we created to support planning. And so part of what they did was they met with their grade level teams to walk them through the protocol. So during summer training, they had the opportunity to do that, focus on Unit 1, and they looked at the individual component. Each protocol, there's an individual piece, so there's preparation and reading, and it guides teachers exactly what they should be looking at to ensure that their delivery and their instruction is effective. So they were able to do that for Unit 1 during the summer. During pre-service, they engage in the second two pieces of the protocol. The second one is developing a shared understanding. So the team comes together and they talk about what they read as part of that unit introduction. And then the final piece is collaborative decision making. So as a team, they're engaging in a collaborative discussion around looking at the unit assessment that students will take, making decisions around what they're going to use for what data they're going to collect for grades, how they're going to differentiate to meet the needs of the students in their classroom, what language they need to elevate when we're considering our EMLs. And so the goal was for teachers to engage in that during pre-service so that as they go into the school year, they would have already done the overall unit preparation for that unit. We also designed a calendar so it shows reading specialists where for each grade level when a unit starts and when a unit ends, and so when the timing for them to again facilitate those meetings before every single unit with their grade level teams.
So is there actually really time to like fine tune it?
Fine tune.
Like, so you said so they get the training, then they get together during pre-service, and this is with a new curriculum, and then you're testing it out, so to speak, when students come back to school. Like, how do you?
Yeah, maybe we could ask the school people if we finish the last two slides, and then maybe they can, since they're in the boots on the ground.
Yeah, but I just wanted to be fresh in my head while we were on it, but you heard me, so we can get back to it.
And we will get back to your question. In addition to the summer learning that educators engaged in, over the course of this school year, we also have leader learning planned. And the leader learning is consistent for both our elementary administrators and teacher leaders as well as secondary. So for our elementary administrators and teacher leaders, it'll focus on curriculum implementation and supporting their school-based staff to ensure that we have an effective implementation. And then very similar for secondary, it is around the literacy across content. In addition to professional learning that we know is incredibly important, we're going to continue our supports from central office and provide that coaching, that shoulder-to-shoulder coaching. Really getting into schools, seeing how it's going in the classroom, receiving feedback from both our leaders as well as our teachers to know what adjustments we need to make in order to, again, continue to support over the course of the year. Reading specialists, we're going to continue to engage them in professional learning as well. And our theme for the year of all their learning sessions is around curriculum implementation, continuing to look at planning, continuing to look at assessments, data analysis, how it's tied to your school improvement plan. And so all of our reading specialists will engage in that over the course of the year. The other very critical piece, and we've heard briefly about it, is around assessment. And so, yes, continuing with our DIBELS assessment in K-2 and our MAP assessment in 3-5, but there's also this enhanced component around progress, monitoring student progress. And so the way that our DIBELS assessment works is between those major administration windows. So between our fall, which they're in now, and our winter, there's an opportunity to continue to collect data around how students are responding to instruction. And so they're very short assessments that teachers can administer to students with a particular profile. So when Dr. Pugh talked about those students who are demonstrating at well below or below, there's specific guidance on the cadence in which they will continue to collect that progress monitoring data so that we can check to see, are students responding to instruction, and then what do I need to do to adapt and adjust? Do I need to identify for an intervention? Do I need to continue to modify my instruction to ensure that it's meeting the needs? So they do that between the fall and winter. Then we get that winter administration data, and then they do the same thing for those identified students between the winter and spring. And the other part that we were able to expand on, it's not just utilizing DIBELS for our K-2 students, because we know it gives us tremendous data, also utilizing our DIBELS assessment for students in grades 3 to 5 as well, so that we are collecting that ongoing feedback from how they are responding to instruction, to know what do we need, what teachers need to do to modify and adjust and target, to provide targeted instruction around specific skills. And those assessments, again, they're really quick, and it's about 1 minute for a student. If we can go to the next slide. And so you get to hear from another 2 schools this afternoon, which we're very excited. We have Michelle Koopman. She's a reading specialist from New Hampshire State, and so she's going to share about the new curriculum implementation and how it's going at her K-2 school. And then we also have Ms. Rose Alvarez, who's going to talk to you about literacy across content at Lakelands Park Middle School.
Good afternoon. You've been here a long time. I don't think any kindergartners could sit for that long. My name is Michelle Koopman. I'm the reading specialist at New Hampshire Estates Elementary. Some of you have been out to our school. I recognize some of you. But for those of you who have not, we are down county. We're a primary school, pre-K through 2nd grade. And when I say pre-K, we have 6 pre-K classes. So we have over 100 pre-K students. We have over 400 students in our school. We have a very high population of Hispanic students and students in the ELD program, learning English. So especially in our pre-K and kindergarten cohorts, we have many, many kids, the majority who are coming to school with no or very little English and have not been to school before. So this time of year is a great challenge for us. Today I want to give you a little information about the new CKLA curriculum, what it looks like and feels like in our school. So first I'm going to give you a very brief, because I know you've been here a long time, a very brief background on how we got here and why CKLA makes sense for us right now, especially for the students at my school. And second, I have 2 little quick stories about how kids have been interacting with the curriculum these first few weeks, because I think hearing from the kids' perspective really makes it real. So over the past 4 years, I personally have been learning more about how the brain learns to read, and I realized that even though I have 2 master's degrees in education, I had been getting a lot wrong about teaching reading. And if you're not familiar with the science of reading, I highly recommend the podcast, Sold a Story. It's very accessible. It's really good. Thankfully, over the past couple of years, the reading department has also helped me on my learning journey by providing training on these same science of reading concepts. And at NHE, we were able to tweak our instruction the last few years to align better with the reading rope. So we had quite a bit of success adding more systematic phonics instruction. Teachers were also trained in the science of reading during 2 days in the summer in 2023, a year ago, and throughout the school year, the last few years, with trainings that were provided by central office and then delivered by myself at the school level. They were really good. So because of all this knowledge building amongst the teaching staff over the past few years, we arrived at this year with a new curriculum really being prepared to implement CKLA. When teachers read those CKLA lessons, they understand the why behind each lesson because it's research-based. It makes sense. And if I was asked to describe the feeling in my building around CKLA right now, it would be hopeful. Yeah, we're exhausted. It's a lot of work to make a change like this. And like Mrs. Evans was saying, we never have enough time. We could always use more time. But more than anything, we're hopeful. The CKLA materials are aligned to the research. Our teachers understand that research, and we have supports in place, like the protocols, to help us study the new curriculum and implement it effectively. So we're very hopeful. I want to finish with two short stories. The first week of school, we had a kindergarten teacher who was out sick, so I had the opportunity to teach CKLA myself in kindergarten the first week of school. And the first unit in kindergarten is nursery rhymes. Part of the lesson is you say a nursery rhyme and then you do echo. So I say a line and then the students repeat. And I was doing roses are red, violets are blue. And I had all the kids on the rug, everyone's engaged except one. There's a little girl who's new to school, doesn't speak English. She is so excited to be in a classroom. She is exploring happily every closet, taking everything off of every shelf, and just, so happy to be there. As soon as I started doing the echo reading, she looked over, she came running over, she gently pushed me out of the way and took over teaching. She wanted to be the one to lead this reading of Roses Are Red, Violets Are Blue. It was a little bit like karaoke when you don't know the words, but she had the right rhythm. She was engaged in the learning. It captured her. My second story is I have bus duty. I load a lot of children onto the right buses. And our principal, Mr. Geiger, called the brown bus, come down to the bus line. And when the kids came down, the bus wasn't actually there yet. And a little first grader, that day they had read The Boy Who Cried Wolf. And this little first grader, she looked at Mr. Geiger and said, "You cried wolf, the bus isn't here yet." So I think when we have students who are engaged and making these kind of great connections, then we know we're on the right track. Like, we don't have our data yet, but you can see it, you can feel it in classrooms. So change is hard, but I think this one is really worth it.
We have the next slide, please. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, the honorable members of the board and Superintendent Taylor. My name is Rose Alvarez, and I'm excited to be here to represent Lakelands Park as the principal. Our school sends students to both Northwest High School and Quince Orchard, so we're proudly part of both of those clusters. And last year was our first year introducing a routine called Promoting Adolescent Comprehension of Text, which goes by the acronym PACT, so I will be using that acronym. And we introduced it to all content areas, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, and all our staff. And our teachers have just done a remarkable job with it, with great dedication and adaptability in using the strategies and pieces of PACT. And they learned it during the school year and then figured out a way to implement it. And that's a lot to do with the wonderful teacher leaders in our school, as well as the staff that we have in our curriculum office who supported us. Also want to recognize Jael Baez, who's now our assistant principal. Last year was social studies content specialist who's been leading this work, and he's in the audience. So when we first learned about PACT and the idea that we really wanted to have a specific routine and strategy to implement literacy across the content areas, there were some reservations, but at that point, I thought, let's be flexible. Let's just only implement a component of PACT. Then our teacher leaders saw the research and how strong it was and said, no, let's go ahead and do the whole thing because the research is so strong. And so that really helped get everyone on board. Also, we just reassured them that we're going to be flexible. We're going to try this. We'll listen to your feedback, and then we'll learn together. And that really helped build the trust to begin our implementation. So our biggest lesson from the first year was that we didn't realize that implementing the full PACT model might take 2 to 3 days to unpack, understand the vocabulary, and closely read the text, the informational text, and then get the gist or summarize the lesson. And so we had a goal, which was that each course and each content area would have 2 or 3 of these PACT lessons a quarter. But when you realize how many days that would take, it was a little overwhelming, and the students also were feeling that was a lot. So we rolled it back, but I do want to acknowledge the commitment that the teachers showed and the fidelity that they had to doing the PAC lessons with fidelity. So based on their feedback, now we are implementing just one complete PAC lesson with all components per quarter, per course. However, with the encouragement and direction of folks in the curriculum office in the summer trainings, we now are looking for opportunities just to implement specific components where they come up naturally. So just this last week, second week of school, our 8th grade science teachers, Ms. Neiman and Ms. Youngman, used PAC to collect baseline data on students' ability to provide supporting evidence for the summarizing statement or get the gist statement. And then they plan to use this data to guide their instruction over the next few weeks so they can integrate PAC in their plans. And then we also have seen how it's important to develop a common language for our students across the school day because we're all teachers of literacy. We're all teaching literacy strategies with informational text. However, there wasn't a common language we had until we adopted this routine. And so we have some organizers that the curriculum office has provided. However, our teachers wanted to adapt those to fit the different genres and different range of text, length of text. And so our social studies teachers, Ms. Bourdet, Ms. Hadaway, and Mr. Kingren developed a new organizer that tailored to different text lengths and genres, but still used all the PAC components. And so these type of customized tools and adaptations really give our teachers and staff and our students multiple ways to engage with PAC and still use those same experiences, but make it more dynamic and less repetitive for the students. So we're using common language, but it feels new and fresh and not the same thing over and over again. But our success has really come from listening to the feedback and being flexible in that way. We've reflected on ways to improve our teaching, and we've really relied on the instructional specialists and supervisors to come out and help us. I don't know if Kara Grant's still here? No, she's not here. Kara Grant came out and was helping our PE teachers with the focus on vocabulary, specifically in PE. That's it's a very vocabulary-rich content. And also the professional learning that has the models, lesson models, and other curricular resources have helped our teacher leaders to support their teachers in the departments. And just from the beginning, they've helped our instructional leadership team to make sure the rollout was successful. So our teachers have shared some positive experiences, like Ms. Bolton in our world language ELD content specialist. She has said that PACT has really helped students approach language from different perspectives and aided their comprehension through that repetition. Ms. Gowetsky, who heads up our English and Literacy department, noted that the chunking of the texts in the routine really created more opportunities for class discussion and collaborative work, because that's a big part of the strategy too, is partnering. And so the students are engaging more deeply in the texts. And so when the teachers have seen and the staff have seen how it benefits their day-to-day teaching and doesn't take away from the content instruction, but really bolsters it and supports it, they're more likely to want to use it and find ways to use it and having the flexibility to do that. So that's the key there, is to find these easy ways to integrate the strategies and not make it an additional task. But that all comes with all the teachers seeing themselves as teachers of literacy. So they really want to see the students successful on those grade level informational texts, which we know is going to be critical on their success on state tests, but also in career, in college, right? So we've seen the benefits for our students. We also involved our community at our PTSA meetings. We have SIP, or School Improvement Plan meetings with our PTSA, and we discuss this Literacy Strategy Pact, and our families do see themselves as the first teachers of literacy, which they are, and they want to know how they can help and how they want to know more about PACT. So we did share some resources with them, and we're exploring more ways that we can really bring them in on understanding how they can help their students at home. The students themselves were actually present and come to our PTSA meetings, and they shared at those meetings they really appreciated how the vocabulary focused. That was the piece they called out to the adult members in the PTSA meeting, that the vocabulary engagement before jumping to the text really helped them. And they also called out the other piece, which was, let me see my notes. Sorry. Yeah. That the teachers using, this is critical, the teachers using the same kind of strategies in each class helps them, that they know what to expect when they go from science to social studies to PE to arts class, world language, that they know, okay, now we're going to do comprehension canopy, now we're going to get the gist, now we're going to support our gist claim with evidence, and they're hearing the same language, so they know what to do. So as we continue our journey, we know that it typically takes 3 to 5 years to see a significant result and change when we implement these type of strategies in schools. However, we've already observed some great gains in our MCAP literacy results with 6% overall increase in proficiency from our 6th graders. So our 6th graders showed the biggest gains. And in that, all the groups improved, all our different racial groups and other focus groups such as our free and reduced meals, EML, and IEP students, all who have those categories have all improved. There was one category that didn't improve yet, which is the multiple racial categories, but our largest gains were in our African American 6th graders proficiency went up 20%, and our Latinx students proficiency in 6th grade went up 9%, and our students with IEPs, their proficiency increased 10%. So we can't attribute all these gains, of course, just to this strategy. We want to thank our feeder elementary schools for all of their hard work, but we're really proud of the progress that our students are making, and we're really proud of our staff. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next slide, please. And now we'd like to say thank you to our leaders in the schools who are doing it and living the work every single day, and turn it back to the board for their discussion.
Sure. So I have a couple of questions anyway. So when I think about, so we should be striving for 100% for all of our students, right? Yeah, I know we know that. And I'm looking at the numbers. So I have a couple of things I want to say. So how are we, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions in one. How are we going to catch up our Black, African American, Hispanic, Latino students? So, because their percentages are the lowest. And as you go from 3rd grade to 6th grade to, so when you get to 10th, it gets higher, but why do we see it drop, right? So why are there, as they get older, in terms of the, this is the MCAP, this is MCAP assessment, but why do we see a change from 3rd grade to 6th grade? Am I looking at percentages wrong? I'm looking at, on here it says page 8, so it says grade 3 by race. And I don't know if that's a slide or the page, but on my page printed out. So you go grade 3 by race, ethnicity. It's 46.8% for Black or African American, 31.7% for Hispanic Latino. When you get to 6th grade, it goes down to 45.4%, and then 30.7%. I'm just trying to figure out what happens in between those years, and so what is our plan, our strategy? I know that we talked about if there are some challenges with teachers in terms of implementation, that we're going out to the schools, we're observing. Are we only going to the schools that are saying, hey, we need help, or I know principals, administrators are doing observations, but the central office go out and observe just everybody, since we're doing everything right now, since it's all new. I heard Mr. Stein talk about the rollout and how they didn't feel as though the rollout was good enough, but if that's their perception, how are we helping to support when teachers feel like it's a challenge? Because that in turn impacts our students. And when we look at the ones that are impacted the most, it is our Black and Latino students.
Right.
So that was kind of full. That was like a lot. But
that was a lot. I'm unpacking it, though. I need a strategy. I do think that it's important to recognize that when students are taking the MCAP in grade 3, they are now reading to learn, so the focus does shift more towards informational. But I think what we saw this year is a slight drop in our third grade and consistent racial and ethnic gaps that have persisted. Sure. And so what is exciting is that what we've seen in K-2 with the focus on the science of reading is that every racial and ethnic group grew across K-2. What I think we're seeing now is these students who last year were in third grade, who this year are in fourth grade, they did not have the benefit of the science of reading, and so there are gaps. The strategy that Malika shared was what we need to do is when those students are scoring below or well below, then we are progress monitoring. We have to do much more intentional work about students that we have missed along the way who are now in third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and the progression as you saw it. So some of the things that are happening, very small ideas that we're exploring it with the Black and Brown Coalition that we want to hopefully expand to everyone is that intentional communication and how do we communicate better to our families where their students are and what it means, right? In a way that is that they can be responsive and be part of it because our parents do want to be a part of it. That work is also starting with schools who have structures and processes in place that we can learn from because they're doing it with their families and they're working hard to make sure that their families are included, and we'll take their feedback about how did you build that so that we can scale it to all schools. So some intentional work there to hopefully help us learn how to do better. We're hopeful that we catch it before there is a gap, right? When you look at the data, our students are coming in with gaps, and those gaps are persisting throughout. But what we saw last year is in the early grades with the real true focus on building those foundational skills is we saw everybody come up. We saw, I think it was 70%, almost every group was up over 70%. I think we have to take into consideration that Spanish speaking, the sounds and letters are different. All right, and that's not bad, it's just different. And so we have to acknowledge and use an asset mindset that both are valuable, but it is going to take time because they're different. And if you don't have context for what a word means, practicing nonsense words and sounds really is silly, right? And for our native Spanish speakers. So I think we have work to do to unpack more of that. Why do we have the difference? The other piece I'll say is, the very best teachers create that sense of belonging in a classroom where everybody feels valued and feels important and everybody's voice is heard and it lifts up and allows kids to participate. We all feel better when we're heard and we're part of the class, right? And our teacher knows something about us or cares about us or indicates. I think those are key pieces that we need to work together on to make sure that every child feels that in our classrooms. And then finally, structures and processes that we're building this year that are different than what we've done last year. So just this week, the curriculum team, special ed team, and the school leadership team met to talk about how are we going to not only standardize the protocol, but how are we going to prioritize where we start this work with schools and going out to support in teams, both to learn from one another, right? We have a lot of expertise that we need to share, that we need to be able to be working together and start that work. So that's one piece. There's another piece that's coming through the school improvement plan process where we're working together to review those plans and then provide the resources and supports. Because a lot of times we don't want our schools to feel like they have to select from a menu of strategies. We want them to know what works. And so these are some of the things that we're doing together to help, first of all, make sure there isn't a gap at the beginning. Second of all, when there is a gap, that we're intentionally communicating with families and providing what it is the students need to eliminate that gap.
So if I heard you, then we're going to take, for example, we just heard from New Hampshire Estates, Lakelands, earlier from Wheaton Woods, examples of what's working really well in the schools where there's just a little bit of a challenge or a struggle to get our students where they need, as examples of what some of the other schools can be doing to better support or help the students in that particular, whatever school that is. And then I also heard you say be able to provide parents with the support. So I think that from the Black and Brown Coalition, like last year, I can't remember, it was in October. I see Byron and Wylia in the audience when there was that event at Gaithersburg High School, if I'm not mistaken. We left a meeting, like pretty much like today, we went to the meeting, but what we heard is that they had parents raise their hand or stand up with a sign if they were not aware how to read whatever kind of report they were getting back home. So just a better way to support them. And they didn't even know when their student wasn't doing well, or they figured it out once they got the report card. Okay. That's a start, right? And, okay, so I'll let my colleagues ask one or two questions so that we can circle back around and I'll not take up all the airtime.
Ms. Harris.
Yes, thank you. And I do just want to kind of flip back to last spring when the presentation came to the board to approve the purchase of CKLA. We heard very positive things from all our ally and advocate groups about this curriculum. And one of the strengths of it was the embedding throughout of the science of reading. And so my question is, when looking at the summer professional development, and please correct me if I get any of this wrong. My memory is that up until this year, science of reading was being implemented K-2, but not in the higher elementary grades. Is that pretty much correct? Because it cost a lot of money to roll out all the professional development. We weren't able to do that, so it was really focused on K-2.
So when we say the science of reading, it's really the approach to instruction, and it includes both high-quality instructional materials as well as assessment. And so when we say that the science of reading was being implemented in K-2, it was the programmatic change that we made was that schools were using really great reading to provide instruction around foundational skills. So that was what was happening in K-2 classrooms. And then they were also using the DIBELS assessment to collect that data to respond to instruction. In 3 to 5, there were no programmatic changes that were made, right? So we didn't change the curriculum or we didn't implement a new assessment. We provided professional learning to teachers so that they could build their capacity and their understanding of what the research says and what instruction should look like, but we didn't make any changes. We didn't do anything to their curriculum. This school year, we're now all aligned pre-K to 5. Yes. So we have the instructional materials that aligns with the research. We have the use of assessment that sort of aligns again, that provides us that's a diagnostic that gives us the information around how students are progressing with those literacy skills to be able to respond to. And our teachers have received the professional learning to be able to go do.
So for our grades 3 to 5 teachers in their summer professional development this summer, the summer of '24, was that an emphasis on that, having students in their class who had, especially for grades 4 and 5, maybe not a robust prior exposure to science of reading, those basic core skills, and so helping to kind of adapt?
Yes, so on the second day of their professional learning, it was around the embedded supports in the curriculum to do exactly that, to be able to provide that additional support for students who are demonstrating that they have additional needs, particularly around those early foundational skills. And also now the use of DIBELS in 3 to 5, again, so that they can collect that information around how the students, around word recognition, those needs to be able to respond to. We also, and a huge part of it, again, is catching students before they get to middle school, that early identification, and that's why to be able to provide the appropriate intervention, the use of the paraeducators across our 83 schools to provide that additional to provide the additional intervention for those students who are demonstrating that they have additional needs around foundational skills.
And so looking at our secondary, what we're doing with our secondary, and you indicated that the goal in secondary is to literacy strategies across secondary content areas. So when you were talking about what you've been doing at Lakelands Park, so is that the system-wide strategy at all 65 secondary schools? Every One of them, this is the literacy strategy across secondary content areas that's being implemented system-wide.
So this is one of the strategies that we are putting our energy behind in terms of professional learning and resources. It's not the only strategy that's effective. We've been elevating disciplinary literacy. So for example, like our social studies and science content specialists and resource teachers are engaging in those content-specific conversations. But the promoting adolescents' comprehension of text strategies, that is the one that we are providing to teachers centrally and giving that coaching around because of the research base. And so we know that it's not necessarily appropriate for every single course, 6 through 12. So we're flexible around that and making sure that schools are using their data to determine which classrooms, which teachers really need to be implementing the practices and doing that monitoring and coaching. But we also recognize that the principal is so, so important in making this work, and there has to be that sense of ownership and looking at my staff, looking at my students, and figuring out the best way to get my staff to implement these practices in a coordinated way across my school. So to answer your question, yes, teachers from all of our secondary schools in various content areas, we kind of prioritized a few this summer just because we can only train so many teachers in one summer. We prioritized a few content area courses, but at all secondary schools. And now the extent to which that's coordinated across a whole building is really something that we're supporting principals in working on.
Okay.
Was that mandatory? Just piggyback, was that training mandatory?
It was for specific content area teachers, yes, for specific courses.
Yeah, I'll be interested to watch as we go through the year to see how we monitor at the secondary level, because it seems like there's more room for, there's not as much fidelity school to school as to the practices that are being adapted. So I'll be looking at that. And the last question I have, so we talked about the summer professional development around science of reading was mandatory. But not, and I saw you two when I asked the question, did everybody actually take it? Was it mandatory? And so what are we doing about those teachers who did not take that training in the summer? They're in the classroom now, they've got students in front of them. What are we doing about that?
So I can start, and then if you wanted to jump in. So we were able to offer makeup training this week. For teachers that were not able to attend. We prioritize our new educators, those that were hired after summer training. And then we also work with the reading specialists on how they can provide that support. And so again, that kind of goes back to the planning protocols, because it's a guide on how to engage in the curriculum to lead to effective instruction. And so during those collaborative planning sessions, that's a space to provide that learning for their teachers who did not attend summer training. And then in addition to that, we've also guided schools with that individual times that teachers may have, right? So you were a teacher, you weren't able to attend summer training. Can we use some of your individual planning time so that I can provide that support to you? And that work also happened during pre-service as well. And if Michelle wants to speak specifically to, Ms. Koopman, sorry. We're very close.
Yeah, at my school, there were 4 teachers who could not attend the summer training. For various reasons. One was having a baby, death in the family. They all had extenuating circumstances. And 2 are in the makeup training now. And the other 2, I've been working with them in their classrooms and sitting, modeling lessons. And so just working closely with them to coach a little bit more.
Thank you. And I would just suggest as we move through the year that, one of the pieces of data that we're looking at is classroom teachers who did get the full PD in the summer and those that didn't, and are we seeing differences in outcomes for students? But, thank you.
Oh, okay. I just want to revisit a couple of things. I was under the impression that we had a pilot in structured reading that started 2 years ago. So I thought I heard you say that this grade 3 report here, that these students did not get the benefit of structured literacy. But the pilot started 2 years ago. So some of these kids have to have been in a pilot school. And it was in full implementation, I thought, last year. So some more of them should have been picked up in this third grade sample. So I'm kind of concerned about our investment in structured literacy. We're investing a lot, but the number is going down instead of going up. So I'm trying to understand, what are we seeing? Because at least some of these kids should be scoring a lot better. And my second question is, can you pull out of this number those that were in a pilot program versus, those that were not, and break it down by race so that I can see whether or not, things have improved for them? That's my first question.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's a great question, and trying to understand who it is that we're looking at. So the work that was done with really great reading and structured literacy as the approach was done only in K-2.
Right.
So what you were looking at in terms of the data, last year's third graders were in grade 3. We had 9 schools 2 years ago who began the pilot, who did the work that really intentional, close work to learn the science of reading. We then adopted the really great reading as the tool, the resource we were using to implement science of reading system-wide last year. And so if those students were in third grade last year, it was still K-2. So our third grade students were not part of the science of reading, that approach to find foundational literacy.
There was a pilot that was 2 years ago.
Yes.
So if they're in the third grade, some of these kids have to have been in the pilot.
The 9 schools.
Yeah, and even those, that's what I'm not getting.
Yeah, so the pilot was actually 3 years ago across 9 schools in the shift in K-2 around the word recognition piece, so the foundational skills. We can go back to slide 11. I think it'll help to illuminate it. And so some of the students, they would have received
Wait a minute, slide 11 you said?
Yeah, slide 11, yep, where it sort of shows that graphic. So maybe 12.
The one with the row.
There it is. So some of these students in the pilot schools in third grade and beyond would have experienced a year of either really great reading, again, focus on that word recognition piece, or depending on the pilot school, they would have received Orton Gillingham. So again, strengthening around word recognition, decoding, be able to read, print, right, decode the words. The piece around the science of reading and structural literacy approach to instruction that we did not make significant changes around is what you're looking, language comprehension, vocabulary, knowledge building. That is the other piece that goes into it. So when you look at these third graders, they may have increased some strength around the decoding, but to get to reading comprehension, which is required on these MCAP assessments, both of those things need to be strong. You have to have strong decoding, being able to read the words, and you have to have strong language comprehension, understanding what you have read, knowing the vocabulary, being able to use your background knowledge to be able to understand what it is. So the shift that we made was around the word recognition piece, really supporting the word, the decoding, and the print. We have now at a space where we are tackling both of those things. So we are really enhancing and continuing with our word recognition and our foundational skills, and we are strengthening our language comprehension, and that's what CKLA does for us. It has a very, very strong knowledge building component, very rich with vocabulary. So the goal is now that both of those things are in place for a full, so I can say with all certainty, our elementary ELA fully aligns with the research. That was not the case last year or the year before, or even with the pilot. It was on one piece, the word recognition component. And so when you continue, even when you're looking at our data, our MCAP data, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade, the grades that they take it, if the word recognition isn't solid, they can't meaningfully engage in those assessments. They have to be able to read it and understand. So if they can't even read the words, right, if their word recognition isn't in place, they're not going to meaningfully engage. If they could potentially read the words, which is great, so they have strong word recognition, but the language comprehension, they don't necessarily have the vocabulary and the background knowledge, the words are being read, but they're not understanding what they've read. So we are now at a place where students will receive effective instruction in both of those areas so that we are developing skilled readers who have strong reading comprehension. So that's the difference, and that's what we're seeing in our data.
Okay, I hear you. I'm going to have to just say it doesn't quite make sense to me, only because last year the number was higher and they didn't have the benefit of language comprehension, right? If they were in this third grade.
Last year's third grade, the number of students was also different too. So if you look at it, we have more third graders this year than we did last year, and so the percentage could attribute to that, right? So 54 versus 57, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So we went from 11,160 third graders in 22-23 to 10,967 third graders. And so that there was a change in the number of students that engaged with the assessment.
Okay.
And the state saw a commensurate drop. I mean, we did see a little bit more, and I don't want to, make excuses or defend where we are with our students. I want us to have a really good, solid understanding of where we are and who needs our attention now, right now, because that's what we're planning for moving forward this year.
Okay, I like that you said who needs our attention now, because this group of third graders are now fourth graders. So do we actually know in this group who cannot read, who did not meet standard? And can you tell me what exactly are you doing to support those students?
Absolutely. I think I've been waiting for this question. And so that is where the DIBELS assessment comes in. So right now we are administering DIBELS for all of our K-2 students and MAP-R for all of our 3 to 5 students. Based on how our 3 to 5 students are scoring on the MAP-R assessment, then they may take the DIBELS assessment. It's actually a requirement for schools. So if we have students whose DIBELS scores are, it's in, when we're looking at our evidence of learning framework, it's assigned to a score of 1 or 2, schools are required to administer the DIBELS assessment. Because our MAP-R assessment, it gives us some information, but we need to continue to dig deeper. And so it then identifies students. Our DIBELS assessment helps us to identify, and it begins to look at those targeted areas. And so as a result, then schools are making determinations on what to do next. So whether it is an intervention that the students are going to engage in, either a tier 2, and we talked about this when we shared our multi-tier systems of support framework. So it's that next layer would be appropriate, and then the information is shared with the family that a student will participate in a tier 2 intervention. If they're demonstrating a significant need, then they would get more intensive intervention. Again, that information will be shared with the family as well. As they are engaging in intervention, that's when we go back to the monitoring progress. And for students, it's monitoring progress every 2 weeks, so continuing to administer the DIBELS assessment, pieces of it, not the whole thing, or every 4 weeks, collecting that information, analyzing that data to determine where we are, it's working, or we need to do something more intensive or try something different. And so that's what's happening for those students who are identified that they don't necessarily have the skills yet to be able to accelerate. Because you're in 4th grade, you're in 5th grade, your time in elementary, you're coming down to it, right? And so being able to collect that information and being able to respond as quickly so that we can accelerate before they leave our elementary schools.
So
Okay.
that's elementary school.
Wait. I just have a couple more questions and I can get to you. So you know who the students are, okay? You're providing additional support. How are you evaluating that the support the school is giving? I mean, what are you looking at? Just the numbers going up every 2 weeks? What?
So we're able to do a couple of things. We are able to look at, from my seat, I can look at that progress monitoring across all schools. So I can see the fidelity to the progress monitoring, that those students that are identified, they are being progress monitored based on the guidance. Again, every 2 weeks or every 4 weeks. Schools can also do that, and so that's something that we're working with a reading specialist as well as administrators. They can go in, they can see the students that were identified for that additional support or the need to progress monitor, and they can see that those students are being progress monitored, as if they're being progress monitored or not, to then provide that support to teachers. Is there something I can do to help you? I see that you maybe haven't progress monitored the student in the 2 weeks intervals as suggested. is there something that I can do? And then the reading specialist also does that work. So knowing the students, monitoring that progress so that we are intervening early to be able to provide the supports that are necessary.
Okay, this is my final question, and it's more of an observation. On slide number 5, you say that evidence of learning literacy, all of it, is 69.5%, which is 155,000 plus students. So that's all the students in K through 12. And I'm going to try to say this, and hopefully you can understand what I'm asking you. If you have all the students in this number to suggest that 69% of our students are literate, you have students in here who've already passed the state assessment in the 10th grade. So isn't this number actually inflated in terms of the number of the percentage of students who are literate in the system? Do you understand what I'm asking you? In other words, I think when we do the strategic plan, we need to think about pulling out those students in the 11th and 12th grade who have already passed the 10th grade assessment, because they make the number inflated in terms of the percentage of students that are literate in the school.
I love that idea. I love the idea and the simplicity of it, so that we understand exactly what we're looking at each year. I would love a single measure for the new strategic plan.
Okay, thank you.
Bless you. So I have a couple of questions following Mrs. Wolf's comments. So we knew, right, when we were doing this, that those kids from 3rd grade going to 4th grade were going to have issues. We knew that. And if we knew that, then I'm trying to understand what was the holistic intervention, what was the plan that you guys had for that cohort. Because I'm still having a hard time with that chart where with the 3rd graders did better in 2022 than they did after, in slide, you know the one I'm talking about, from 57 to 54. So what is the intervention? And then, am I understanding this right, that a lot of this is ad hoc? It takes a principal like Principal Rosso to say, I need this, I need to do this intervention for my kids, because that concerns me. Because as we see the final results for all our kids, it's kind of like who made it a priority, who did not. So it's kind of like, well, you were lucky enough to go to that school where they actually had that great plan for you to be able to read a level, and then it sucked for you if you did not get into that school. So I guess my question is more like universal, right? Kind of like we saw with math, that we saw what was going on Weston, and we saw exactly, in another school miles away, and we saw that, the same of Set Miney. So for me, that is so important, because I just don't think we have this liberty of just saying, well, if the principal makes that priority, then great. And if the principal doesn't, oh, well. So what are we doing to kind of change the mindset? Because that makes no sense to me. Somebody said we should all be thriving, I think it was my colleague, Mrs. Evans, we should all be thriving for 100%. But if we have some folks who make it a priority and some who do not, that, we're never going to get to that number. And the other thing that I wanted to ask you is, with the K through 2nd, that little girl, the example that you gave was it just resonated with me. Because that engagement is so important. We think kids sometimes, but they notice, right? So what are we doing to engage the parents? So what you were doing can be done at home. Because we know, right? We know that certain populations have a lot of disadvantage, language being one of them, and so on. So what are we doing to make parents part of this solution, and how are we then updating them? Because sometimes some stuff that you guys send home, like it takes a special language to learn to kind of understand what the heck I'm looking at it, like all these graphs and everything. So what are we doing to facilitate that in a way that it resonates with parents? So I, as a parent, for a first grader, right, who I know is an EML or might have a special need, so I know what I can do to support my child at home.
I'll start and then turn it back over to Malika, but I love the question because, the whole idea of we get to choose whether or not we will or won't do the curriculum, that is this year not an option, right? And so I think that has been a challenge for the district. It certainly has. I think we talked about it, are we a system of schools or a school system? And I love the middle grounds where it is a sort of a symbiotic, connected relationship where there are some things. So one of the things that we did to eliminate that variance that has existed is to make sure that the schools and the principals knew that they had a choice of their school improvement goals, but those choices were limited, right? And so we have now said, no, these are where you must focus your school improvement planning. And then, the idea of us uplifting an entire curriculum for the whole elementary school is intentionally to do just what you said. Well, you should see at the beginning of a lesson in one part of the county, you should be able to drive to the next school down and see the very end of the lesson. Because our kids do deserve access to excellent tier 1 or first, or however you want to say it, the instruction that happens in the classroom the first time it happens. And so I love that piece. The other piece that I wanted to say is that this new curriculum is an opportunity for all of us to learn, right? I have not implemented this curriculum. It's been a long time since I've been in a classroom myself teaching. I didn't have to create all the lessons, although I very much appreciate that this collection of resources is there for the teachers. What is the new learning is I'm learning who my children are and what their needs are and what the data say and what they say, and I'm learning the resource at the same time. So I think we can expect that we need to be supportive this year as that goes. And then I think Ms. Brown had something else to add to.
Yes, a huge part of this implementation is around eliminating variance, right? You should not have your experience in a classroom at school X should not be different than in a classroom next door in the same school or across town in a different school. And so we've made it very clear around the expectations for implementation. We throw around this word fidelity and integrity, right? But we've shared that with leaders and teachers this summer, that it is incredibly important that they are utilizing the resources. I know Dr. Stein shared around this autonomy for teachers. We haven't taken away autonomy. What we have provided around planning is a structure that all teachers are looking at the curriculum in a very intentional way, because we want all teachers to be effective practitioners. And we want that across all schools. And so they do have autonomy when they're considering the needs of their students and how do I provide that differentiated instruction, because they are the professionals in the building. They are the professional in their classroom. But in order for us to ensure that every student is receiving effective instruction and that it's not where you landed, right? It's not the classroom that someone else chose for you is the determining factor, or the principal that you have. We have to ensure that we are implementing it with fidelity. We have instructional specialists, really, and it's not just with ELA, it's across all content, that are assigned to schools. So my 7 specialists, they work very closely with their reading specialists. They are in classrooms. I have specialists who, over the course of the 2 weeks, have been leading those plannings so that the reading specialists can see exactly what it looks like, so teachers are getting it as well, so that across the system, there is consistency so that our students are receiving a shared experience. And that's our goal. And we're monitoring that. The other piece is the parent support. So I'm really excited. I went to Lake Seneca's back to school night, and I was able to share what we have to be able to offer around to support the parents who, what can I do at home? How can I support? So the curriculum, it has several different online resources for families. So there is a caregiver hub where caregivers can go and see exactly what the components of the curriculum. There's also a student hub where families can access. So we gave them a QR code and we gave them login information for every single grade level. They can access the materials, their read aloud videos, their vocabulary apps that they can use at home with their child. It's not the exact same login that their student would do. That's more specific to the student, but it gives you for every single grade level. In addition to that, we also have parent letters before every unit. So there is a letter that the teacher will send home before the unit so that the family knows exactly the learning that they're going to be engaging in. Right now, we have them available in English and Spanish, and we are in the process of translating them into the other languages so that it's accessible to our communities. And so we created the Back to School Night presentations so that schools could be really intentional about sharing that information with families, and so that they know how to access the different hubs to be able to access the materials and the resources that are available. They can do it from their phone, they can do it from a computer, in whatever way that works best for them. The other piece, when we go back to the consistency across schools, we have look-for tools. Right now, we are finalizing the look-for around the new curriculum because this is a heavy lift, and we wanted to give folks some grace and time. They are learning it. So our initial look-fors are around the planning. So what should I hear? What's the conversation that I should hear from my teachers as they're engaging in planning? And so that's either a reading specialist or an administrator can go in. So what am I looking for? How are they responding to the questions? And how do I know that they have done sort of that pre-work? They've done the reading. And that's helpful because instruction starts with planning. If planning is solid and effective, then we get closer to ensuring that the instruction in the classroom is effective. We're going to move to then what is those look-fors as instruction. So am I seeing in the environment the anchor charts, the posters, that the curriculum, that they have from the curriculum to be able to see that's happening? Do I see vocabulary words on the wall? Do I see knowledge building pictures on the wall to support the content of the curriculum? And so that's where we're gonna move to. But right now, we wanna be able to give our folks some grace as they're learning. I'm sorry, I talk so much. My bad.
All right,
Yes.
thank you.
Succinct response. Yes, got it.
So I have, before I go into my questions, I have a data request. I appreciate Dr. Taylor and all of you try to structure in-depth conversation, and this time about grade level, next time drill into specific demographic groups. So for next time, for our data on EML, can we disaggregate of results by level of ELD? In all future presentation, I think I heard my colleague Rivera Oren make this request before, that can we please include these disaggregated groups, not as a follow-up, but within the presentation, because if we are not informed, we don't know, right? And then also, in the education world, there's increased focus on the LTELs, the long-term English learners, students who are placed in ELD and don't place out in a few years. I feel that is a group we need to take a closer look and examine our practices and figure out strategies to work with them. So that's for next presentation. That's my data request. Now, for today, I'm reading all these. I'm reading all this, and I have a particular concern. If I look at MAP-R as a measurement of students' reading level, and I'm concerned from our grade 3 to grade 8, the stagnant increase from our fall to spring. You know, students have expected growth, but I don't see that here, right? It's 50%, 50%, 54%, 55%. I don't see growth from our fall data to our spring data. And I want to know, help me visualize it. When we get a data like this, what happens at the principal level, director level, central office level, do we know why we don't see the growth? What are the factors? What concept area is breaking? Like what happened in our command central, right? I want to hear, I heard a lot about elementary school. I want to focus, maybe when you answer this question, can talk more about secondary. What happens? And then help me visualize in the command center between the principals, directors, associates, our curriculum specialists. Okay, then help me visualize in a classroom to a specific student in the 8th grade that I haven't seen any growth, or maybe reverse, what happens to this child? What intervention are we implementing? Thank you.
So I'll start. That was a lot. My succinct answer is that we are establishing a command center. That command center did not exist in the way that you're referencing it, where the principal, the director, and our teams were together, and ELD supports and our special ed supports in the same room looking at the data. It didn't happen. So that is being established and will be an important part of monitoring. The other piece to point out is that what you see in the map, which we didn't talk much about today, is exactly the results that we're seeing in our MCAP. And they are very much aligned, and there is a correlation. So when we get our map data, if we can respond to it immediately right then and there on an individual basis, we should see significant growth. Short answer.
So I think what you have pointed out is that the data is only useful if we are collecting the data we need, and we are actually using the data to help us address the issues. So I'm glad that you realize, you see the need for this quote unquote command central kind of work, and also to understanding what exactly is it they couldn't decode, or what was it that's okay. Then my next question is, then hopefully that we will work on the piece too, because I heard about this whole school, all subject area focus on literacy. It's really great. Then I would like to really learn more about the variant, it's not a wild, wild west, right? That every school's doing different things. Now teachers are trained. Then what's the expectation? How are we evaluating the effectiveness? So hopefully, when we gather together again, we can hear a little bit more details or progress on what we are doing.
Okay, so to address the first question that you mentioned around if I'm looking at a student who is not making progress in literacy, what do we need to do? So the MAP assessment is very helpful in looking at which areas we might need some more support in. But, if you are at the middle school level and you do have challenges in decoding, for example, the MAP is not necessarily going to tell you everything that you might need to know. So that's when we go out directly and support schools in providing some additional assessments to determine whether a student might need a more intensive intervention. And we do have a range, a continuum of interventions for students. So when we determine that there is a need for that foundational skill support, we do have a program that we can provide to students for a limited period of time to make sure that they're making that progress, and then perhaps they would move into a support with comprehension. So that's an example. Did you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, when you mentioned, so when you identify a student needs help, just now when we were talking about data, we say there are so many, 10% of students are so close, right? Mm-hmm. So what do we do with that 10% of students that's so close? Or then we have this 20% of kids that are very far below. When you say we have a intervention, is that in the school, instructional, small group, or what is it? Help me visualize it.
Sure. So I know Dr. Pugh wanted to respond to the first part of your question, but I'll just quickly mention that yes, at the middle school and high school level, it's a part of the student's school day. And so they would spend that block with the teacher, and part of the structure for our interventions is small group instruction. That's a part of the model. Okay.
Okay. All right. Then I think I know that my president reminded me the time is short. I will follow up with a few other questions. Thank you.
I have 6 questions, but I will ask them as a follow-up in the interest of time. 2 rapid-fire questions. I hope it's a direct question and a direct answer. How much growth can, if we're implementing the curriculum with fidelity, how much growth can we expect in a year if a child is behind?
So that's a great question.
Because we all want it to happen tomorrow.
Today, yeah. So it does take about 3 to 5 years to fully implement a curriculum, right?
Yeah, but a child.
We don't have time for that. So what we have seen when we were looking at the DIBELS assessment and the growth from there, from our first year of implementation, when we look at our spring data, it was 70% for kindergarten, and then to last year's spring, it was 74%. So we typically, the number.
You can think about it.
3 to 5%. 3 to 5% is what you can expect.
Mrs. Silvestri, I think it's hard to say, to predict each child, but NWEA, the national organization, will show you a norm. The norm for kindergarten to fall to spring is, for example, 15 points on the map. So there is a norm. So that is a relatively good way for us to gauge if this student is progressing.
Yes, and it's based on grade level too, right? So the norm for a particular grade level. So when we're looking at our DIBELS assessment, it's based on when the growth, we want students to make average to above average growth from administration to administration. And so for kindergartners, it's when that initial score that they receive, that's what's used to base what their growth, their projected growth should be. Because everyone can't grow the same, right? Because those students who are on the lower end, we need an accelerated growth for them. And those students who are already scoring at or above, their percentage of growth would be less because the room to grow is smaller than those students whose scores are on the lower end.
I'd like to better understand that, maybe not at 5 o'clock after 9 hours of meeting.
Yes, the growth varies essentially based on your score.
The TWI, we recently met with Dr. Pugh about the implementation of they're not using the new curriculum. It's a resource rather than strict implementation. But I see that the lectura data is, if I did the math correctly, 59.5%. So can you just, as a follow-up, can you just make sure I did my math correctly? And it seems on par with what the other assessment is saying. So just, if you could just double check that for me. I also want to better understand the command center. There's a command center in the classroom, but also a district-wide command center. Show me 2 comparable schools with similar populations. What are the outliers? Who's doing well for our kids with a similar student population? What are they doing? How are we sharing those best practices across the system? And let's celebrate them. Let's have an event. Let's just really applaud the great work that you all are doing to show those incredible gains. Ms. Alvarez, I would love to get your remarks because, as my colleagues have said, I'm clear on the elementary, but I'm not clear on what's happening in middle school. So you gave a lot of detail. I'm a visual learner, so if I could read it, I think I would understand it better. If there's any opportunities for us to visit and see some of this in action, I think that would help me understand that better. And I think that's all I had. So thank you so much. So seeing no other lights on, I want to thank you again. Thank you for working with us on this. This is super important. So I'm glad that we took the time to ask everyone's questions. And Dr. Taylor, you said there's another presentation coming around literacy when?
In 4 weeks. In 4 weeks, the board will hear another presentation on literacy, and it will focus on our students with disabilities and our EML students.
Okay, great. Great. So thank you so much for your hard work. For our school leaders, thank you for joining us. I know you have long days, busy days, so thank you so much. All right, we are almost there. Moving on to our next agenda item. We are at item number 9, construction progress report. Ms. Harris, you had some questions?
No, I just, for that report, I did want to pull out the Sims item because it is significantly behind schedule, and we typically get our projects done ahead of schedule. So there's a real story there. I want us to, and I do want to applaud the MCCPTA initiative around the SCITs, the School Construction Impact Teams. They've been meeting regularly with that community and others. But I just wanted us to all understand why that project is so delayed, because if you drive past that school, it makes it hard to be concerned about the environment that some of our other students are attending school in, because that is a construction, that is a combat zone.
Sure. So the Silver Spring International Middle School, the addition required the demolition of the old auditorium, and it was scheduled for the summer of 2023. When they started, asbestos abatement was needed. That was not originally reported in the asbestos report. So that delayed the project. So the demolition started in the fall of 2023, but because the school is in session at the time, we needed to get the work done outside of school hours, which extended the timeline for that demolition. So as a result, to make sure that there was no interruptions to the school operations, so as a result now, the project is scheduled to be completed in April 1 of 2025, and that came through as a change order in the August 20th Board of Ed meeting that was approved by the board.
Yeah. So we are done with asbestos abatement, that the toxic issues have been completed, so now work can resume as it was originally projected.
Correct. It's just that now the opening time, instead of being December, how it was originally planned, December of 2024, is going to be April of 2025.
Okay. That's an astonishing amount of work if you've looked at what that place looks like right now. So, all right. Gold star for them if they finish that.
Yeah.
All right, so item 9 is for informational purposes only. 10, can I get 10.1 and 2 moved in block?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. That's unanimous with those present. Board members, do you have any new business items? Ms. Harris? No?
Sorry.
Seeing none. Item 11 for informational purposes only, and can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. We are now adjourned.